Forward, and let's remember what our strength always was and shall be. In famine or in plenty, forward, and remember it's solidarity. Peoples of this earth, rise up now, for this earth is now your due. It shall be the great provider, and it shall provide for you. Forward, and ask the question, what our strength concretely is worth. In famine and in plenty, forward, and remember, it's solidarity. And the various lords and masters work on artist unity. For so long as they divide us, lords and masters they shall be. Forward, and let's remember what our strength always was and shall be. In famine or in plenty, forward, and remember, it's solidarity. Black and white and brown and yellow, end the rule of sword and gun. For when once you raise your voices, all the people shall be one. Forward, and ask the question, what our strength concretely is worth. In famine and in plenty, whose tomorrow is tomorrow, and whose earth is the earth.
Spaniens Himmel breiten seine Sterne, über unsere Schützengräben aus. Und der Morgen grüßt nur aus der Ferne, bald geht es zum neuen Kampf hinaus. Die Heimat ist weit, doch wir sind bereit. Wir kämpfen und siegen für dich. Freiheit! Dem Faschisten werden wir nicht weichen, schickt auf die Kugelhagel die. Mit uns stehen Kameraden ohne Gleichen, und ein Rückwärts gibt es für uns nicht. Die Heimat ist weit, doch wir sind bereit. Wir kämpfen und siegen für dich. Freiheit! Rührt die Trommel, hält die Bajonette, vorwärts Marsch, der Sieg ist unser Lohn. Mit dem roten Pfeil brecht die Kette, auf zum Kampf, das Feldmann-Bataillon. Die Heimat ist weit, so weit, doch wir sind bereit, wir kämpfen und siegen für dich. Freiheit mit
Bella that white with Cymru and white weary. Delwion y lofar a chwedeg y mawr, fechyn a chwarel daeth a'i chawr. Jowfab y fanod i'r bredigon gad, a mae chwedloadau'n siglo wlad. Drodd gylch y cafion daeth a bryddi, fedda gwaith i'r Cymru yn waith weary. Drodd gylch y cafion daeth a bryddi, fedda gwaith i'r Cymru yn waith weary. Tyrfa rheolydd, brindau bwydau gwaith, sŵn buddugoliaeth sy'n ar iaith. Yma'r deffro'n cyffroes ar y stryd, a gwerin Cymru yn arwain byd. Drodd gylch y cafion daeth a bryddi, fedda gwaith i'r Cymru yn waith weary. Drodd gylch y cafion daeth a bryddi, fedda gwaith i'r Cymru yn waith weary. Disgyn goheddwyr tadau ar y plant, esgyn gobeithio y byd o'r plant. Anthem y chwildro sy'n atenion gro, un yw gwerin byd am y faner go. Drodd gylch y cafion daeth a bryddi, fedda gwaith i'r Cymru yn waith weary. Drodd gylch y cafion daeth a bryddi, fedda gwaith i'r Cymru yn waith weary.
O holl brydyddion Cymru, fi rhaid yn codi llais, y gorau gan y werin, oedd Niclas bardd y glais. Roedd yn codi llun cyffredin, a'n lwyni olau dydd, a dyna gaeth a'n wneud pan ddawen Gymru'n rhydd. Gymru'n rhydd, Gymru'n rhydd, pan ddawen Gymru'n rhydd. Roedd yn ddyn o argyhoeddiad a'n dadlau wrth y fainc, dros y rai fi'n gwrthod ymladd, a'n y rhyfel mawr yn Ffrainc. Ymladd o dros eich brenin, oedd y galw nos a dydd, fi ddim eisiau brenin mwy pan ddawen Gymru'n rhydd. Gymru'n rhydd, Gymru'n rhydd. Doedd yn tebyg i'r hen Niclas, a rwy'n rhai yn ei flaen, dros y dewrion ddaeth o boban, i gefnogi gwerin Sbaen. Roedd yn canu hylod fori, a'i hanes fawr a'i ffydd, a fydd mawn i'r bobl hyn pan ddawen Gymru'n rhydd. Gymru'n rhydd, Gymru'n rhydd, pan ddawen Gymru'n rhydd. Nawr oedd Niclas yn gomiwnydd, yn ddeintydd ac yn fardd, yn Gristion yn Llanerydd, dros Gymru deg a hardd. Y Cymro yn gorllewin, a'i olwg ar y byd, gyda chymwrth rai fel hyn y dawen Gymru'n rhydd. Gymru'n rhydd, pan ddawen Gymru'n rhydd. Gymru'n rhydd, Draw dros y moroedd yn pethau cartrefi bach ryd. Mae dynion o Gymru ymuno a byddin y gyd. Cydwybodau gyrroddi petra i ymladd mewn brwydr hir ar ail sbaen. Gwrthwagon a phaswyr am byth, roedd y neges yn blaen. Oedd yn ellir hyd aml ac y tawyd cystadledd a maes teg. Tre Herbert, tre Odcyff, pen y graig a holl gymoedd y deg. Fe ddaethant o ddolwaith tredig a rhannu ac y stridwr a bedwas yn haid. Daeth rhai o gorllewin a gogledd oherwydd fod rhaid.
Ac aethant i ymladd yn Sbaen, ni fuai tebyg o'r blaen. Fe aethant i ymladd yr achos tael yn gyfafu, marwyd ein rhi.
Gadawodd Jack Roberts y penrhyn a'i ysbryd am dda. Stroll Roberts yn rwysio am fan goch oedd ei gan. Roedd yr ysbryd gwrthryfel oedd y gerdded trwy gwledydd wedi cyrraedd y ffrynoedd o fro. A fan gododd y phaswyr yn Sbaen, roedd Jack bron o'i go. O'r rosgan y chrifod cychwynnod Tom Jones ar ei dau. Gyda llioedd fe hwyliodd yn Sbaen a 1937. Fe syrthiodd i'r ddwylo a gelyn diefnydd ar aeth o'r gosbiwch ei ben. Ac am weddill o'r rhyfel ac alcharoedd cartref tŵn Sbaen.
Ac aethant i ymladd yn Sbaen, ni fuai tebyg o'r blaen. Fe aethant i ymladd yr achos tael yn gyfafu, marwyd ein rhi.
Saragossa, Brunete, Guernica a Cordoba. Erelepro, Gandesa, Jarama, Teruel, Aragon. I'r brwydro yn ffarnig o'n ysbryd wrth ysbryd, fesaf yn fel brodyr felin. A daliwn i sefyll rhyw ddiwrnod na'n ennill y dydd.
Ac aethant i ymladd yn Sbaen, ni fuai tebyg o'r blaen. Fe aethant i ymladd yr achos tael yn gyfafu, marwyd ein rhi. There's a valley in Spain called Jarama. It's a place that we hold so well. For it was there that we gave of our life's worth, and most of our brave comrades fell. We are proud of the British battalion and the stand for Madrid that they made, with the women who fought there beside them in the ranks of the 50th Brigade, with the rest of the international column in the fight for the freedom of Spain. For they vowed at the Valley of Barama that fascism never should reign. We have left the dark valley forever, but the memory will always remain of a struggle for freedom and justice, side by side with the people of Spain.
Welcome to Solidarity Park Festival 2021.
Bienvenidos al Festival Solidarity Park 2021.
We're going to talk to you in 2 languages to explain the festival today.
Hablaremos en castellano y en inglés.
And it's going to be a little bit crazy.
Va a ser un poco loco, la verdad.
Okay, first of all, let's explain the project, just a little.
Vamos a explicaros brevemente el proyecto.
Okay, Solidarity Park is a project of historical memory.
Solidarity Park es un proyecto comunitario que difunde la memoria histórica a través del arte y la educación.
And it's also a project that uses art to explain that history, to educate people of what took place with the International Brigaders of the Ciudad de Barcelona.
Y habla también concretamente de los brigadistas internacionales y del barco Ciudad de Barcelona.
Okay, we're going to talk a lot about that today, yeah?
Sí, vamos a hablar mucho.
Hablar mucho con eso hoy, so no hablar más ahora.
Explicaremos mucho de los brigadistas, por lo tanto, ahora vamos a ir explicando otras cosas.
Okay, first of all, who's the team?
Vamos a hablar del equipo.
Mireia and Rob.
Yo soy Mireia, él es Rob.
And we have Paco, who's directing.
Tenemos a Paco, el director, tenemos a Sergi en la cámara,
Sergi's on the camera.
tenemos a Jordi, tenemos a Aurora, tenemos al otro Sergi y tenemos a Jonas en Hamburgo.
Yep, and we have Jonas in Hamburg live streaming. So this is a truly international event.
Un evento internacional.
Okay, so we wanted to dedicate today to an important information.
Yes. Queremos dedicar el festival hoy al último brigadista que nos ha dejado hace 6 días, Josep Almudévar.
The ultimate brigadista that died this week, we want to dedicate this festival to him. And not just him, but to all the international brigadistas that fought in the Spanish Civil War.
Le dedicamos a él, pero también a todos los brigadistas internacionales que vinieron aquí a luchar contra el fascismo.
Okay, so shall we explain a little bit what's going to happen?
Sí, vamos a explicar un poquito lo que vamos a hacer hoy.
Okay, so this is the program which you can download depending on which stream that you're on.
Este es el programa, lo podéis descargar desde Facebook, Instagram, Twitter.
Facebook's not on Instagram.
No en Instagram,
No, but it's on Twitch, it's on Facebook, and it's on YouTube.
pero es en YouTube, en Twitch y en Facebook.
Okay,
Claro.
so this is Zone A.
Esta ahora es la zona A.
It starts with the introduction. That's what we're doing now.
Y es la
Okay.
zona A, empezamos con la presentación.
After this, we're going to go and give you a virtual exhibition of the defense of the coast.
Después vamos a tener una exposición virtual de la defensa de la costa.
And then after that, there's going to be a conference here. As you can hear, people are coming in.
Después va a haber una conferencia, por eso hay tanta gente aquí ahora.
And then we will, online, we will go to a pre-recorded with the same people talking about the same thing.
Nosotros vamos a poneros un debate pregrabado que va a hablar de lo mismo que se está hablando en la conferencia.
And then about, 1 o'clock, 1:15,
Sobre la 1:15,
we will come back and we will talk to you again.
volveremos y volveremos a hablaros nuevamente.
And we'll introduce Zone B.
Y os introduciremos, os presentaremos a zona B.
Okay, Zone B will be arts, choirs, different music, all sorts of things.
La zona B básicamente es arte. Habrá coros de muchos países diferentes, teatro, poesía y otras manifestaciones artísticas.
And then at 3 o'clock, we're going to change the pace.
Y a las 3 vamos a cambiar de lugar.
And we're going to have a moment of reflection at 3 o'clock, because that's when the Ciudad de Barcelona actually sank.
Y tendremos un momento de reflexión. Estaremos en la playa donde el barco Ciudad de Barcelona se hundió y murieron los brigadistas.
Yeah, we'll be down at the beach. And then what were we doing then? What happens after that? Do you remember? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa?
¿Qué pasa luego?
No, vale. Okay, so what happens after that is we are going to do interviews, we are going to do small documentaries, and importantly, we're going to show more art, more music, and specifically from some of the students involved in the projects.
Después del momento de reflexión tendremos documentales, entrevistas y más arte.
Okay, and that will run until 5 o'clock.
Sí, sobre las 5 más o menos.
By then we're knackered. Knackered. It significa knackered is when you're really tired.
Ah, vale. Entendido naked.
No, not naked. We won't be naked on the beach.
Okay.
Okay. So at 5 o'clock, we're going to do a concert in the pub.
A las 5 a ver.
This is live, you know.
Yeah, it's live. It's live.
Sergi's taken off. Okay, so we'll come back to that. We'll explain more later on. Why don't we go to the virtual exhibition? Should we start?
Sí, vamos a la exhibición virtual.
And this is, okay, so as you can see, they're preparing for the conference here. Preparado para la conferencia aquí, para más o menos de gente la Margaret, vamos en los próximos 10, 15 minutos.
Todo esto está listo para la conferencia.
Okay, so where is this place?
Este es el archivo municipal de Malgrat de Mar.
It's the archivos, the municipal archivos of Malgrat de Mar. Okay, so come in. So first of all, the project's Solidarity Park is about building a monument.
Lo primero de todo, el origen de este festival es la construcción de un monumento.
Okay, so we're going to talk more about this later, but at the beginning of this exhibition, there's a small explanation of the building of the monument project.
Aquí hay una pequeña muestra del monumento que se va a construir en homenaje a las brigadas internacionales.
Okay, so it explains the origins of the project, the symbology of the project, and the community art side of the project, which we're going to talk a lot about today.
Vamos a oír hablar de los orígenes del festival, de la simbología y del proyecto en sí mismo, de arte comunitario.
And here we have 3 of the 60 International Brigadistas that you helped pay for.
Aquí tenemos a 3 del...
Tres brigadistas, yo hablo en castellano para poco momento, ¿no?
Vale.
Vale, de intercambio de idiomas, vale. Este es 3 brigadistas, nosotros hacemos 60 brigadistas para el monumento, pero él paga para eso, porque nosotros hacemos un crowdfunding para eso.
Sí, aquí hay el monumento en el cual hay representados a 60...
In English.
Here we have 3 of the 60 brigadists, international brigadists.
Yeah, and these are the portholes that go on the ship that were designed by local students and international students.
Sí, aquí tenemos una muestra de los estudiantes diseñaron los ojos de buey del barco. Y aquí tenemos una muestra de los diseños que se han utilizado para el monumento.
Okay, just one more thing before we go to the exhibition. We're doing crowdfunding again.
Sí, vamos a hacer crowdfunding otra vez para este festival.
Because we want to turn this festival into a yearly festival, not just online, but real.
Porque la vocación de este festival es que sea un festival anual, para que se pueda transmitir la memoria histórica a través del arte.
So if you can make a donation, please do. The links should be in the chats that you're in. Should we go to the...
Yeah. Vamos.
Vamos. Okay, so we're going to pass you over now to 2 other people and we're going to go. Nosotros pasa para 2 otra gente y nosotros vamos. Necesito cambiar los micros, ¿no? So, ¿yo no toca?
Okay, so
I'll just talk to you a minute while the technical staff try and change the mics. Voy a hablar por un poco minutos para este cambio. Y necesito limpio.
Yo sí puedo hablar, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Vale.
Testing, is that okay?
Yes, sí, ya.
Okay, welcome to Malgrat Archives this morning, everybody, from England, Wales, Scotland, and all the other countries that you are in. My name is Chris Ridge. I'm the translator today, and I'm going to be speaking a little in Spanish and English to help you understand the exhibition. Standing with me here is Adrià Cabezas. He's a historian, an expert on the defense of the Catalan coast, and in particular on the situation in Maresme. So here we are at the enemy in sight, defense of the Maresme coast, 1936-39. And as he's the curator, who better to help us? Buenos días a todo el mundo en varios países en el mundo. Estamos aquí ahora en la entrada de la exposición Enemigo a la vista, la defensa de la costa del Maresme, 1936-1939. Y conmigo, por cierto, me llamo Chris y voy a acompañar hoy a Adrià Cabezas, que es un historiador, un experto en la defensa de la costa y el comisario de esta exposición. Entonces,
muy bien.
A ti.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, pues como han comentado, ¿no? Soy el comisario de esta exposición, soy doctor en historia por la Universidad de Barcelona. Vamos, si queréis, vamos a enseñar ya un poco lo que sería esta exposición. Podemos explicar una pequeña introducción de lo que fue la defensa de la costa catalana durante la Guerra Civil, especialmente la costa del Maresme. Para que os hagáis una idea, el Maresme, la comarca del Maresme, está situada al norte de Barcelona, este tramo que se ve aquí. Este mapa es muy interesante porque nos enseña cuando la sublevación militar se produjo el 18 de julio de 1936, el territorio de España quedó dividido en dos bandos. En azul, con la bandera monárquica, es el territorio que quedó en manos del bando sublevado o lo que también se puede llamar el bando franquista, ¿no? En cambio, todo lo que veis en otro color es lo que quedó bajo control de la República, el bando gubernamental. Sí, es interesante ver que hay ciudades que sí que triunfó la sublevación, Oviedo, Sevilla, Córdoba, Granada, y especialmente es muy interesante para la costa catalana las Islas Baleares. Las Islas Baleares, Menorca quedó con la República, pero Mallorca e Ibiza y Formentera quedaron en el bando sublevado. Si os fijáis bien, hay mucho más territorio de ciudades más importantes como Madrid, Barcelona, que quedaron en manos de la República. Lo que pasa es que el bando franquista, con podemos decir, con la ayuda exterior que tuvo, sobre todo de Italia, de Alemania, pudo conseguir una mejor formación para lo que se llama de material, ¿no? de guerra, ¿no?
Can I interrupt you a minute?
Claro.
Okay, before I lose my memory here, I'm just going to do a little summary of what Adrià has pointed out on this map, because what we want to do is to give you a context of the situation. This map indicates the situation in Spain days after the uprising of the generals and the army under Franco. The blue zone here and here were the zones that were immediately in control of the army. And here also you can see some cities that also in the Republican area, which is the rest of Spain in virtually in white, these also were in the hands of the rebels. But it's interesting to see here that big cities like Madrid, for example, and industrial cities like Barcelona, also in the north, Bilbao, or here in Valencia, there the uprising failed. And that explains why there was no coup d'etat, which took control, but there was the start of a civil war between the two sides. The so-called national side, if you want, the Franco forces on the one hand, and the Republican forces on the other. But one thing I've not mentioned so far is this. You'll see these are the Balearic Islands, and you'll see they're in blue. What does that mean? That also, despite the fact that the Republicans tried to take control, they remained in the hands of the Franco forces, and therefore, amongst other things, posed a threat to the Barcelona and to the Maresme coast, which is this area in the north.
Muy bien.
Sí, okay, sí. Thank you.
Podemos ver, si queréis, este es el mapa de lo que sería la comarca del Maresme. La comarca del Maresme, en este caso, como hemos comentado antes, al igual que pasa con toda la costa catalana, hay un miedo a recibir algún tipo de ataque naval procedente, como hemos dicho antes, desde Mallorca, en manos del bando sublevado. E igualmente, sobre todo, especialmente, temen un desembarco de tropas en cualquier parte del litoral catalán. Aquí vemos solamente que esto sería el mapa de la comarca del Maresma, en la cual ahí son 30 municipios. Estamos aquí, estamos en Malgrat de Mar, es el último municipio ya, esto de aquí es provincia de Girona y aquí abajo es Barcelona. Se establecieron en todas las poblaciones del litoral diferentes puntos de observación. Por ejemplo, diferentes observatorios para artillería de costa, de cañones, son estos de aquí. Después, diferentes observatorios donde habían los que se llamamos un cuerpo de carabineros, que esto era un cuerpo especial que vigilaban las fronteras y los puertos, y al mismo tiempo, en Mataró, por ejemplo, había un destacamento con 217 soldados que estaban previstos para intentar actuar en el primer momento que hubiera algún desembarco de tropas.
Okay, so what we're looking at now is a map of the Maresma County with various towns and villages, and you can see in the corner there, that's Malgrat de Mar. And what you can also see here are the places and focal points of observation of the coast, because it was very important to keep a lookout for the possibility of any invading ships or troops, which was obviously a possibility at the time. And you can see that there are various points. Some of them here, we've got artillery guns, including in Malgrat. And also, we have also various forces here. I think they were called carabineros, which is like a border guard. But also there's one group here with, I think you said 217 members. Okay.
Sí.
These were soldiers, carabineros.
217.
But soldiers, carabineros.
Soldiers.
Okay, 200 soldiers who could at any time move up the coast to deal with whatever situation arose. So this was the position immediately, or
yes, immediately.
This was the position at the beginning of the Civil War.
Muy bien, pues seguimos con la exposición. Podemos ver más cartelería de la época, por ejemplo. Aquí tenemos, es muy importante, tenemos unas fotografías de la época en la cual las tropas republicanas pudieron conseguir la isla de Ibiza. Hicieron un desembarco y tomaron Ibiza el 8 de agosto de 1936, pero en Mallorca intentaron hacer lo mismo y no lo consiguieron. Después de 3 semanas tuvieron que volver. De ahí viene el miedo y de establecer toda esta red de observación de todos los símbolos que veis, son diferentes elementos de observación para vigilar la costa. Al mismo tiempo también se construyeron nidos de ametralladora. De hecho, en toda la costa catalana se llegaron a construir 701 nidos de ametralladora. La costa catalana son 699 kilómetros. Por lo tanto, estamos hablando de que había un nido de ametralladoras cada kilómetro. En el Maresma se llegaron a construir hasta 64 nidos de ametralladoras. Son muchísimos. Es la comarca prácticamente de toda la costa catalana que más tiene. Y aquí podéis ver, esto sería toda la costa, todo esto es Cataluña, todo esto de aquí. Y fijaos todos los elementos de defensa que se llegaron a construir siempre y cuando para proteger la costa de precisamente lo que hicieron los republicanos, de un desembarco de tropas en sus costas.
Un momento. Okay, if we have a look at this series of photographs here, it shows, I'll just move over, instructions from the cameraman so you can see. These pictures of Republican troops landing in the Balearic Islands, because as I said before, they tried to take control of those for obvious strategic reasons. And actually the title here talks of the triumphal entry of our troops in Ibiza and Frontera. Unfortunately, they never took control of Mallorca, and the Franco forces regained control of those 2 islands. Okay, so that obviously posed the threat that we've talked about to the Catalan coast, which is a very short distance, an easy reach for any ships or planes. And here we've looked at the map, but this diagram here will give you a much clearer idea of the extent of the observation and protection points that here you can see that all these are weapons. And in fact, the coast, in terms of numbers, was well protected. There was roughly a machine gun every kilometer.
Machine gun every kilometer.
Okay, don't remember the total, but imagine one machine gun every kilometer. And does that mean every part of the coast was covered? Okay, which meant that, that every part of the coast was in the range of machine guns if there was an invasion by sea. And I think those are the most important points. What was it you said at the end? I'm not sure. Anyway, pass on. What interests me though here, I don't know what our viewers think, but this looks more like a scene from post-summer, post-COVID summer exhibition of as a visit of tourists to the beach. Everybody's having fun, laughing. So
airplane.
It's an airplane. So what does this show?
This is Caldas de Strac.
Okay.
Caldas de Strac. It's children refugees. Children refugees of the other part of Spain. These children, I think it's from Málaga or Madrid.
You can speak in Spanish because there are Spanish listeners.
Eran niños refugiados. Esta fotografía está tomada en el año 37. Al principio son niños refugiados de Madrid o Málaga, no recuerdo bien, y estaban en colonias infantiles. Y aquí están en la playa y están saludando un hidroavión que está pasando por un hidroavión republicano que está pasando por la costa.
Okay, this is.
Vamos si queréis para
yes,
allá.
I'll just explain very briefly. This is not actually a picture of Malgrat. It's a picture of a town called Caldas, further along the coast. And these children are not local children. These are refugees that were staying in summer camps, and they're watching this seaplane fly past. And obviously, this guy and a lot of the others are giving the salute. Which shows that the war's on and they understand that. And there's more information there than in the beach scene. Okay, Adrià, where would you like to go next?
Vamos al siguiente. Ya tenemos un poco menos de tiempo ya, o sea que iremos un poco más rápido. Como hemos comentado antes, a mi derecha, aquí podéis ver un mapa de todo lo que sería el Maresma con los nidos de ametralladora que hay en la actualidad, que todavía existen. Estamos hablando de que se construyeron 64 nidos de ametralladora, de los cuales existen aproximadamente unos 25, algunos en peor estado que otros, como podéis comprobar, algunos están ya en el agua, sumergidos, en el caso de algunos que hay en Mataró o en San Andreu de Llavaneras. En Malgrat, por ejemplo, no nos queda nada, no hay ningún nido, pero sí que queda un emplazamiento de batería de costa, que, si os fijáis aquí...
I'll just interrupt you there, Adrià.
Perfecto.
Okay, just briefly then, we've seen the general location, but what you can see here are the specific machine gun batteries that existed along the coast. And interestingly enough, all these photographs around here show the machine gun nest that still exists, obviously in poor conditions in many cases. But is there a possibility of restoring these?
Yes, es posible, pero el coste económico siempre va primero.
Adrià says that it's possible to restore them, but obviously money is the deciding factor, especially in the situation we're in. Okay, but then I think he wants now to talk about those are the machine guns, and the other important aspect of the artillery with these heavy guns for firing greater distances. I'll just move closer to the camera. Okay.
Sí. Aquí tenéis los emplazamientos de artillería de costa. Eran unos emplazamientos que aquí podéis comprobar, los mapas que son del año 37-38, son mapas de archivos militares españoles, en los cuales están aquí pues, bueno, los diferentes 5 emplazamientos que existían del Maresma, y eran cañones muy antiguos, eran cañones que realmente no tenían una efectividad contra barcos modernos, pero por lo menos existía una defensa.
Okay, so this is one of the examples of the guns on the coast, and this one is in Malgrat. And you can see that it's a very old, even for the 1930s, this is a very old weapon, and probably would not have been very effective to defend against an invasion by the Franco forces. But obviously, for the local people, it was important to have this symbol at least. And they probably had more confidence in their guns. Here, what we have are plans the gun emplacements, for example, in Caldes d'Estrac, another town, and this is the plan of the 4 guns that were in the battery in Malgrat, with all the communications between them.
Vale. Y ya para acabar, este tipo de defensas protegían, lógicamente, sobre todo contra ataques navales, contra barcos del bando franquista que bombardeaban la costa del Maresme. Sin embargo, poco podían hacer contra los submarinos, por ejemplo, ¿no? Y aquí tenemos el ejemplo más claro, que es precisamente, ¿no?, lo del 30 de mayo de 1937, el Ciudad de Barcelona fue atacado ya en Lloret de Mar, está cerca de Malgrat, a unos 30 kilómetros. Aquí vemos cómo le lanzó uno de los torpedos que quedó varado en la playa, que fue, no sé si se lo veréis bien, pero es este submarino de aquí, el general Sanjurjo, un submarino italiano, pero rebautizado por el bando franquista, y ahí tenéis el Ciudad de Barcelona, que causó pues los 50 víctimas mortales de brigadistas que estamos hoy aquí pues, manejando, ¿no?, en este acto. Y simplemente para acabar, ¿no?, aquí podéis comprobar que no siempre este tipo de armas, este tipo de defensa era totalmente efectiva.
Okay, so here you've got some idea of the naval bombardments. This is a picture of Arenys de Mar, which is further south, which was attacked in 1939. And there's an example of one of the star ships of the Franco forces, a cruiser called Canarias, which I think in October 36 attacked the city of Rosas. But here, this is interesting because you can see that a huge torpedo, which is lying on the beach at Lloret de Mar, and you can get the size by comparing it with this guy here. This torpedo was fired by an Italian submarine. Think about that. The Franco forces didn't have any submarines, so they got them from the Italians, who in theory weren't invading and weren't taking part in the war. And this torpedo missed. But if you can see here, then the General Sanjurjo, the submarine, fired another torpedo off the coast of Malgrat, which hit this ship, the Ciudad de Barcelona, in 1937 today, and sank the ship. Any more points to say? Okay, no, I think we're getting the signal to move on.
Ya para finalizar de verdad, no, como antes hemos comentado, aquí podéis comprobar, por ejemplo, el Ciudad de Barcelona. Este fue el barco atacado por el que hemos comentado, el general Sanjurjo, que lo hundió delante de las costas de Malgrat, donde murieron más de 50 brigadistas. Y aquí, bueno, podéis comprobar cómo era este barco.
Okay, so for anyone visiting the archives, here you've got some archive documents related to the sinking of the Ciudad de Barcelona. There are lots of letters or articles linked to some of the brigadistas who survived, and these are well worth a visit we've seen if you're able to visit the exposition. Okay, so that's the end. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the festival.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Adrià.
Muchas gracias.
micròfono, silencio. Un seguida de fet que alguns segurament doncs, ja recordeu o coneixem per altres matinals d'història que s'han fet a l'arxiu, però de ben segur que ens aportaran més coneixement. L'Arxiu Municipal de Malgrat sempre ha tingut aquesta vocació de difusió i de divulgació de la història local, porque en definitiva conèixer la història és...
Hola, estamos a punto de escuchar la conferencia aquí en el Archivo Municipal de Malgrat de Mar. Ahora vamos a escuchar a Sonia Garangou a continuación. Se celebra, están conmemorando el 84 aniversario del hundimiento del barco Ciudad de Barcelona. Okay. Now there is going to take place a conference because it's the commemoration of the 84th anniversary of the sunk of the ship Ciudad de Barcelona. Last year, this festival, the Solidarity Park Festival, due to the COVID situation, it had to be online festival. This year, it's going to be an online part, but also a physical part. And we are gonna have like interventions of artists from a lot of countries. This exhibition has a general part regarding to the defense of the coast of Maresma, and it's going to be explained by Adrià Cabezas, which is an historian and he's a PhD in contemporary history, and he belongs to the group Grieg group, very, very well-known and very interesting group of investigation here in Catalonia, in Barcelona. There is also a part of the exhibition in which is going to be, they are going to be explained that in the last 2 years, there is a lot of yeah, sorry, this is a live situation, and there's a lot of people around me try to talk to me. So as I was saying before, in the exhibition, it's going to be explained as well. Thank you very much. It's going to be explained that in the last 2 years, we received from the Russian State Archive of Social Political History of Moscow. Yeah, she's Sonia Garangou, and she's also a PhD historian, and his specialty is the International Brigaders. And she's going to talk about this 84th anniversary of the sunk of the ship Ciudad de Barcelona.
S'organitza des del Solidarity Park, que si us hi voleu connectar, heu de posar-vos a l'adreça del club Solidarity Park i veureu que hi ha tot de coses previstes per avui amb la col·laboració de persones de diversos països del món que de manera altruista han cedit pintures, obres d'art, cançons, de dansa, cada un ha posat de la seva part creativa el que seria el Solidarity Park sota el lema de Cantem per la solidaritat, que una mica era l'esperit que volia transmetre les brigades internacionals, que van venir en aquesta lluita solidària, deixant casa seva, deixant la feina, deixant la família per anar-se'n moltes vegades a l'altra part del món, a fer una lluita que pensaven que era la seva, per intentar tornar a fer reviure aquest esperit. Aquests artistes han col·laborat en aquest festival online que podeu veure durant tot el dia i també hi haurà una part d'història. També podeu veure alguns dels treballs que els darrers anys hem estat fent amb els alumnes, el Solidarity Park i tot el tema del memorial de Ciudad de Barcelona. No només volia fer un monument o unes xerrades que es fan un cop l'any per recordar l'enfonsament o fets històrics, sinó que també pot ser una excusa per treballar la memòria històrica en algunes escoles, que creiem que actualment és una cosa que és molt important i molt necessària. I és una història que es va molt bé per despertar l'interès dels alumnes, perquè a partir d'aquest fet, d'aquestes persones joves que venien a lluitar aquesta guerra i aquesta història que hi ha a vegades que sembla una mica de pel·lícula, d'aquest vaixell que s'enfonsava davant de les costes de Malgrat, doncs és molt fàcil crear activitats. Aquest any, per exemple, hem creat un escape room per poder enganxar els alumnes i que puguin endinsar-se per aquesta història i que seria una història més profunda i una explicació més detallada del que va ser la Guerra Civil, les brigades internacionals i la importància de mantenir el record de tot allò que va passar. L'exposició, que com ja us he explicat una mica la regidora, té com dues parts. Una part és la part de defensa de la costa del Maresme, que us explicarà en la xerrada l'Adrià Cabezas. L'Adrià Cabezas va ser el comissari d'aquesta exposició, que es va inaugurar a Arenys, però a més també és doctor en Història Contemporània per la Universitat de Barcelona. Ell va fer la seva tesi doctoral sobre la defensa de la costa a Catalunya, una tesi doctoral molt interessant, perquè es van poder veure molts detalls que fins i tot en alguns pobles desconeixíem, de com va ser tot aquest sistema de defensa republicana. I, a més, també és membre del GRIEC, que és el grup d'investigació d'espais de Guerra Civil, que està dedicant una mica a la recuperació de tots aquests espais que segurament aquí a la costa els tenim com molt més al cap perquè encara se conserven alguns nius de metralladores, però hi ha llocs que havien quedat totalment oblidats. I unes persones que se dediquen no només a trobar-los, sinó també a proposar la seva restauració i explicar-ne una mica el context. L'altra part de l'exposició, que és la que, diguem, és més pròpia de l'arxiu d'aquí Malgrat, que hem afegit a la part més general de la defensa de la costa del Maresme, és un recull d'alguns documents que he anat trobant els darrers 2 anys, sobretot en l'arxiu de Moscou, que és un arxiu que conté la major part de documents sobre brigades internacionals, hi ha milers de documents. És una mica difícil fer-hi cerca perquè no és allò que poses la paraula clau, no sé, per exemple, Ciudad de Barcelona i te surten tots els documents, sinó que és bastant més difícil. Però la veritat és que últimament n'he trobat moltíssims i en aquesta exposició simplement hi ha una petita mostra. La idea és que amb aquests documents pugueu fer-vos una idea de les petjades dels brigadistes un cop es va enfonsar el Ciudad de Barcelona, o sigui, què els hi va passar després. Llavors, entre aquests documents hi ha els qüestionaris que complien quan arribaven al front, que els hi preguntaven d'on eren, la seva professió, una pila de dades que ells omplien. Gràcies a aquestes dades hem pogut saber moltes més coses d'aquests brigadistes que anaven al Ciudad de Barcelona. També hi ha informes de conducta, de quin va ser el seu comportament en el front, de la seva afiliació política, si estaven afiliats a algun partit o no. I també, per desgràcia, hi ha informes de com alguns d'ells van morir en el front, i algunes de les fotografies d'aquests brigadistes, que és aquesta part, diguem, més relacionada amb el Ciudad de Barcelona, que us convidem a veure. També a l'exposició veureu que està complementada amb uns vídeos. Són materials audiovisuals que hem anat recopilant durant aquests anys, ho hem anat creant, ja des del primer reportatge que va fer el Canal 33, ara ja fa molts anys, i veureu que hi surten persones que ja no estan entre nosaltres, però que van ser testimonis del llibre que vaig escriure sobre la Guerra Civil. Hi veureu, per exemple, en Pepito Mora, en Salvador Forroll, i bé, ells expliquen realment de primera mà com van viure l'enfonsament del vaixell, però també hi ha altres materials. Per exemple, els darrers anys hem aconseguit contactar amb més famílies de brigadistes. Ara fa cosa d'un any contactàvem amb una família de Nova Zelanda, d'un brigadista que va morir just en l'enfonsament, però fa poques setmanes, us feu una idea del que encara està obert això, Fa poques setmanes vam aconseguir contactar amb una familiar australiana d'un brigadista anglès que sí que va sobreviure, però que després, al cap dels anys, va emigrar a Austràlia, i una escriptora nord-americana que fa poc ens feia arribar les dades d'un brigadista que no coneixíem i que també anava al Ciudad de Barcelona, un brigadista de Lituània, que després de la Guerra Civil va acabar internat a Auschwitz, va sobreviure i va aconseguir al cap dels anys poder emigrar als Estats Units i refer la seva vida allà. Alguns dels testimonis d'aquests familiars també els teniu recollits a l'exposició, ens han enviat missatges que estan subtitulats, explicant una mica què ha significat per ells aquesta herència de ser familiars de brigadistes de Ciudad de Barcelona. I bé, jo ja no foto més rotllo, perquè l'Adrià ens farà una xerrada molt interessant sobre la defensa a la costa del Maresme, per tant us deixo amb ell. Gràcies.
Hola, bon dia. Primer de tot, moltes gràcies per venir aquí. Gràcies a la Regidoria de Cultura de l'Ajuntament de Malgrat de Mar, a l'Arxiu Municipal i a la Sònia per la bona presentació que m'ha fet. Que precisament, quan ha dit allò de que recuperem, formant part del grec, i recuperem espais que estan una mica obligats, doncs precisament divendres vam estar tota la setmana a un poble de Teruel recuperant unes trinxeres, un poble de 20 habitants, o sigui que a vegades ens fiquem a cada lloc que Déu-n'hi-do, no? Bé, jo avui farem una mica diferent, perquè estic acostumat a fer sempre que fem un dia i podem estar a l'aire lliure, doncs ho farem seguint el...
Ens hauria agradat recordar i homenatjar els brigadistes internacionals morts a Malgrat de Mar avui fa 83 anys en l'enfonsament del Ciudad de Barcelona d'una altra manera, però la situació provocada per la crisi sanitària del coronavirus ens ha obligat a reinventar, per dir-ho d'alguna manera, aquest acte. Creiem que una de les millors maneres de recordar aquell 30 de maig de 1937 és parlant-ne amb 3 persones que en tenen un coneixement ampli, no només sobre l'enfonsament del vaixell, sinó també del context històric en el qual s'emmarca. Per tant, sense més preàmbuls, saludem a Sònia Garangou, historiadora, professora d'història i autora de diversos treballs relacionats amb la Guerra Civil a Malgrat i també de les Joventuts Llibertàries a Catalunya. Sònia, gràcies per ser avui amb nosaltres.
Hola.
Benvinguda en aquesta taula rodona virtual que fem. També tenim amb nosaltres a l'Adrià Cabezas, és historiador i membre del grup de recerca i d'investigació d'espais de la Guerra Civil. Gràcies per ser aquí avui també.
Hola.
I qui no podia faltar en aquesta taula rodona és Josep Maria Crosas, l'arxiver municipal de Malgrat. Benvingut.
Gràcies.
I ara sí, sense més preàmbuls, si els sembla, el que podem fer és començar aquesta taula rodona virtual que ens permetrà recordar, sobretot, què és el que va passar aquell dia, aquell 30 de maig de 1937. I per començar a entrar en matèria, jo crec que és interessant parlar una mica del context històric en el qual s'emmarca l'enfonsament del Ciudad de Barcelona. De quina època estem parlant? Què passava arreu del país en el moment en què s'enfonsa el vaixell? Va, Sònia.
Començo jo. Si us sembla, jo us explicaré una mica el que era el context polític i li deixaré a l'Adrià que us expliqui més el context bèl·lic perquè en sap bastant més que jo i us ho explicarà molt millor. I bé, doncs l'enfonsament de la ciutat de Barcelona el situem durant la Guerra Civil. Però és un moment de la Guerra Civil, podem dir, a nivell polític una mica complicat, perquè al principi de tot va haver el cop d'estat. Aquest cop d'estat va ser un cop d'estat que va ser fallit a molts punts de la península, i això va fer que derivés en una guerra. I al principi de la guerra podríem dir que els republicans controlaven més territori, però en el moment en què s'enfonsa la ciutat de Barcelona, el 30 de maig del 1937, hi ha moltes parts, com us explicarà l'Adrià, han estat conquerides per als franquistes i, a més, la situació política és molt complicada en el que seria la part republicana. Per què? Perquè al principi de la guerra, sobretot aquí a Catalunya, hi ha un sector que pren molt protagonisme, que són els anarquistes, que són dels que més protagonisme tenen en el carrer per aturar el cop d'estat, i aquest protagonisme fa que els primers mesos de la guerra, fins al desembre del 1936, es constituís a Catalunya un comitè de milícies antifeixistes, que és qui estarà governant de facto a Catalunya, i que fa que hi hagi com moltes transformacions revolucionàries a tot el territori. Quan arribem al mes de maig, tot això ja, diguem, s'han anat una mica enrere i han tornat a recuperar poder alguns partits que al principi de la guerra havien quedat com amb menys poder, doncs com podia ser Esquerra Republicana, tornar a agafar més protagonisme, i també un partit que s'origina durant la guerra, al principi de tot, que és el PSUV, que també cada vegada va agafant més poder. I en el moment aquest, al mes de maig precisament, hi havia un gran debat, sobretot aquí a Catalunya, que era: hem de fer primer guanyar la guerra i després fer la revolució, o guanyar la guerra i fer la revolució alhora. I amb aquest debat, que cada vegada es va anar tornant més virulent, van acabar enfrontant-se, per una banda, Esquerra Republicana i el PSUV, i per l'altra, el PUM i els anarquistes. I això va acabar provocant una guerra civil dins la guerra civil amb enfrontaments armats a Barcelona. I just els brigadistes internacionals amb aquest vaixell van arribar que no feia ni un mes que hi havien hagut aquests enfrontaments armats i, per tant, arriben en un moment políticament molt delicat per la República.
L'Adrià, quina aportació més ens pots fer en relació a aquest context històric? Hem vist una mica aquesta part no més social, més política, però a nivell militar i de defensa, per exemple, Adrià?
Bé, la idea seria, tampoc voler estendre massa, però la idea seria explicar una mica de com va començar tot, de les principals ciutats a nivell d'Espanya es queden en mans de la República, estem parlant de Madrid, Barcelona, València, Bilbao, a més, són les zones més industrialitzades, amb més població, i en canvi el cop militar sí que té el seu, com diríem, que acaba sent factible a altres territoris menys poblats. El que passa és que la diferència està en que, clar, està dirigit, el cop militar està dirigit per militars mateixos, que tenen una organització pròpia d'exèrcit. En canvi, a la República, això, com ha dit la Sònia, això no passa. Són les principals organitzacions obreres, són les que tindran el poder, n'hi haurà diferents problemes entre elles, etc. I això repercutirà també als fronts. De fet, a Catalunya, el front més immediat està a l'Aragó. Tots els milicians que sortiran a principi des de finals de juliol mateix i sobretot durant l'agost, que aniran a lluitar, seran sempre al front de l'Aragó. Però també, i és molt important explicar-ho, que també aniran a lluitar a Mallorca. De fet, recuperaran l'illa d'Eivissa i de Formentera, però no la de Mallorca. I això serà una cosa cabdal sobretot per tota la costa catalana i en realitat per tota Catalunya, perquè això provocarà que Mallorca esdevingui com una mena de portaavions ancorat al mig del Mediterrani. I és una cosa que no es cau molt en el tema, però és molt important perquè serà una base tant per les unitats navals franquistes com per les aèries que sistemàticament bombardejaran tota la costa catalana. Serà una d'aquestes, haurà de patir aquest tipus d'atacs. En aquest cas, marítims, com seria, per exemple, la Ciudad de Barcelona, que després comentarem. Però aquí cal dir que el tema és que l'Exèrcit Popular de la República no es crea com a exèrcit fins al cap de més o menys uns mesos d'allà de portar la guerra. O sigui que és diferent que l'altra banda. L'altra banda, la societat militaritzat tot, canvia moltíssim una cosa i l'altra.
Hem contextualitzat una miqueta per entrar en matèria. Qui eren els brigadistes internacionals? Fem una mica el perfil d'aquestes persones. Sònia, va.
Bé, els brigadistes internacionals són... Jo, si voleu, us parlo del perfil dels brigadistes que jo he trobat del Ciudad de Barcelona, però podríem extrapolar una mica a la resta de brigadistes que van venir a lluitar a la Guerra Civil. Estem parlant de més de 30.000 persones de molts països del món. En el cas del Ciudad de Barcelona no tenim tanta diversitat d'origen de diferents països, però si mirem tot el conjunt de brigadistes, fins i tot van venir de Xina. Van venir 100 de Xina. I direu, home, són pocs 100 de Xina, però bueno, que 100 persones de Xina, que ara potser les distàncies són molt curtes, però als anys 30 Xina era molt lluny, i que 100 persones de Xina es decidissin a travessar mig món per venir a lluitar en aquesta guerra, doncs mínimament és sorprenent. Però bueno, podríem dir fins a 30 països diferents dels que van venir. I aquesta gent, bàsicament, per què venen? Doncs perquè se senten traïts moltes vegades per als governs dels seus països i per tot el que és la política internacional d'aquell moment. Ells tenien clar que el que hi havia hagut a Espanya havia sigut un cop d'estat feixista, que ja havia triomfat en el cas d'Alemanya a l'any 33 i en el cas d'Itàlia una mica abans, eren dos països que ja estaven governats pel feixisme, i també hi havia altres països, com per exemple Anglaterra, on un partit també començava a tenir bastants de simpatitzants i seguidors, i en altres llocs on aquestes ideologies, mica en mica, havien anat calant. Llavors, quan comença la Guerra Civil, molta gent espera que els seus governs intervinguin a favor del govern democràtic, que era el govern de la Segona República. Però què va passar? Doncs que la major part de països van veure que si ajudaven a la Segona República, això podia ser usat com una excusa per Hitler o per Mussolini per iniciar la Segona Guerra Mundial. I com que, sobretot, França i Anglaterra no se sentien preparades per enfrontar-se a Hitler en una altra guerra a Europa i volien evitar una altra guerra, perquè tampoc feia tants anys que havia acabat la primera, van decidir no intervenir ni a favor d'un bàndol ni de l'altre, per intentar que allò quedés com un conflicte d'un sol país i que no s'internacionalitzés. Llavors es va signar una cosa que es va anomenar el Pacte de No Intervenció, en el qual aquests països que el signaven deien doncs ens comprometem a no ajudar ni a un bàndol ni a l'altre. Ja sabem que això no va ser així, perquè Hitler i Mussolini sí que van ajudar al bàndol franquista. Però aquesta decisió va indignar sobretot a les organitzacions obreres i a molta gent que ho va trobar molt injust i que tenien molt clar que si el feixisme no s'aturava a Espanya, això acabaria provocant que s'expandís a la resta de països d'Europa i finalment, segurament, igualment hi hauria una guerra. I per això aquesta gent ho van deixar, diguem, tot enrere, van deixar la feina, van deixar la família, els seus països que en aquell moment estaven en pau, per venir aquí de manera voluntària, no lluitant una guerra que consideressin la guerra d'un altre país, sinó que ells ho consideraven una guerra que també era seva, perquè era una guerra contra el feixisme que pensaven que era una amenaça global. I aquesta gent qui eren? En el cas dels de la Ciudad de Barcelona, la majoria eren obrers, obrers manuals. He trobat molts miners, moltes persones que treballaven en fàbriques, també molts grangers i pagesos, que la major part d'ells havien patit moltes situacions d'atur derivades de la crisi del 1929 que s'estava vivint a tot el món, i que eren persones que ja estaven implicades en les lluites obreres, o sigui, havien participat en els seus països en sindicats, en partits obrers, a manifestacions, etc. En el perfil de les brigades més general també trobem molts escriptors, alguns intel·lectuals i també dones, perquè va haver-hi moltes dones que també van venir de voluntàries, potser no tant a primera línia del front, que sí que tenim alguns casos, però moltes vegades com a infermeres.
Molt bé, Sònia. Jo crec que ens ha quedat força clar qui eren aquests brigadistes. El que també crec que pot ser interessant, no sé si Adrià ens pots aprofundir una mica més també en aquestes diferències bèl·liques entre els dos bàndols?
Sí, de fet, hi ha unes diferències que són brutals, diguéssim, sobretot amb els suports. El suport que tindrà un bàndol com l'altre, el suport que ha dit abans la Sònia, d'Alemanya i d'Itàlia per part del bàndol franquista serà fonamental, perquè és que els italians, per exemple, és que és molt curiós, perquè el tema dels italians és que clar, els italians directament intervenen a la Guerra Civil amb el seu propi exèrcit, amb les seves pròpies unitats marítimes, aèries, etc. O sigui, és total, o sigui, que participaran més de 60.000 italians. Estem parlant que és l'exèrcit. I moltes vegades el que passa que quan llegeixes alguna memòria d'aquesta dels italians et diuen nosaltres pensàvem que anàvem a lluitar a Somàlia o a Líbia, que era on tenien les colònies, i de sobte estàvem a Cádiz, desembarcant a Cádiz per lluitar a Espanya, que ni ells mateixos, moltes vegades els soldats ni ells mateixos ni els sabien on anaven, sobretot les primeres remeses aquestes, però que comencen al final de desembre de 1936 i ja arriben les primeres tropes italianes. Clar, Itàlia mai va declarar la guerra a l'Espanya republicana. És curiós perquè va actuar directament, però sense declarar cap acte de guerra. I inclús, doncs clar, la marina franquista, per exemple, que en el cas de la ciutat de Barcelona, doncs la marina franquista no tenia submarins. de fet, els submarins, els italians van cedir 2 submarins a la farina franquista. I clar, també cal dir que l'Espanya republicana no és que no tingués armament o no tingués... Era un mal armament. No, o sigui, les últimes investigacions que s'han fet han afegit unes noves teories en les quals se sap que, per exemple, el tema dels blindats, els tancs, tot provenien de la URSS, de la Unió Soviètica, i en aquest cas eren millors els tancs soviètics que no els tancs italians o alemanys. I també passarà amb altres tipus d'armament, no? El que passa és que la gran diferència que n'hi haurà, per una banda, n'hi haurà 2, però la gran diferència per una banda serà una, que els republicans podem dir que no sabran utilitzar prou bé aquest tipus d'armament nou, i per altra banda, que sí que és cert que els franquistes tindran molt més de material que no els republicans. O sigui, l'ajuda de l'italiana i Alemanya serà constant. En canvi, l'ajuda soviètica o d'altres països, per exemple, Mèxic va portar sobretot molta munició, etc. Però ja serà més irregular. Per què? Perquè tot aquest material s'havia de pagar, o sigui, no era gratuït, s'havia de pagar i, a més, havia de travessar, en el cas de Mèxic, un oceà, i en el cas de la URSS, tot el mar Mediterrani. Què va passar? Que els italians van fer diferents patrulles, feien diferents patrulles amb els seus vaixells per intentar enfonsar qualsevol tipus de vaixell mercant. I aquí és on entraríem una mica amb el tema de la Ciutat de Barcelona.
Precisament, és el que us volia dir. Ens ha semblat fantàstic aquest context en el qual hem pogut emmarcar una mica els fets d'aquell 30 de maig de 1937 a Malgrat de Mar. Què és la Ciutat de Barcelona? Què és el que va passar aquell dia? Jo crec que ara toca ja entrar en matèria i és interessant, jo crec que és el que toca avui, parlar d'aquest Ciutat de Barcelona. Quin tipus de vaixell era, d'on venia, què transportava, què és el que va passar? Sònia, va, de la informació que tenim.
Bé, doncs aquest vaixell, a veure, perquè us ho imagineu a dia d'avui, era un creuer, o sigui, sabeu aquests creuers que ara ens fan aquest transport, que agafes a Barcelona i arribes fins a Mallorca, i ara ho fan com superràpid, perquè hem millorat molt, igual que plantes a Menorca en poques hores, però en aquell moment trigaves més, no? I aquest vaixell que es va construir a Itàlia i es va, fer el viatge inaugural l'any 1929 i, a més, es va inaugurar con tota la pompa, no? De fet, la Ciutat de Barcelona es comença a dir Ciutat de Barcelona durant la Segona República, però quan el van inaugurar es deia Infante Don Jaime. I direu, l'Infante Don Jaime qui era? Doncs era el germà d'Alfons XIII. I per això, pel viatge inaugural, va anar precisament el germà d'Alfons XIII, acompanyat de Miguel Primo de Rivera, que en aquell moment era el dictador d'Espanya, del president de la companyia transmediterrània, o sigui, es va fer com tot un viatge des que va passar per Barcelona, València i se'n va anar fins a Mallorca, doncs que surt a l'avantguàrdia amb totes les fotos, com per tot lo alto. I després aquest vaixell es va dedicar bàsicament a fer aquesta ruta entre Barcelona i Mallorca. Era un vaixell de luxe. En aquells moments, evidentment, no tothom es podia permetre fer aquest viatge amb un vaixell així. Tenia menjador, una gran terrassa, hi havia unes habitacions que estaven molt ben equipades, hem pogut veure fotos de l'interior del vaixell i estava molt bé. I va anar fent aquest viatge. També sabem que en algun moment va arribar fins a Canàries, també feia aquesta ruta. I després, quan va començar la Guerra Civil, just el vaixell estava tornant d'un d'aquests viatges a Mallorca i es va trobar amb l'aixecament militar. Va intentar tornar cap a Mallorca, veient tot el merder que hi havia en el port de Barcelona, però quan estava tornant cap a Mallorca li van dir que a Mallorca també hi havia l'aixecament. Per tant, va intentar tornar cap aquí. I llavors aquí va ser requisat en el port de Tarragona per les autoritats republicanes que el van utilitzar bàsicament per transportar coses durant la guerra. El que deia abans l'Adrià, per exemple, durant la invasió de Mallorca, el Ciutat de Barcelona es va fer servir per transportar tropes i també material. I després els altres viatges que feia, bàsicament, eren per transportar brigadistes internacionals. De fet, sabem altres viatges que va fer el Ciutat de Barcelona amb brigadistes i que aquests van acabar bé. Per desgràcia, aquell 30 de maig va ser seguit per un d'aquests submarins que tenia base a Mallorca, que el va detectar i el va començar a seguir quan va entrar en aigües jurisdiccionals espanyoles i per això va ser atacat.
Sònia, és curiós el canvi d'ús del vaixell. M'ha semblat, doncs, com pot ser que un dia sigui això, un creuer de luxe, i de cop i volta es converteixi en un vaixell amb aquest ús que ens explicaves.
Sí, però això en el context de la Guerra Civil no és tan estrany, no? Perquè, sobretot al principi de la Guerra Civil, es van requisar també cases de persones riques que les requisaven i les convertien en moltes coses. O en el cas de Malgrat, que vam trobar moltes persones adinerades de l'època que els van requisar els cotxes perquè els comitès els fessin servir per als seus usos. I en això de la Ciudad de Barcelona, alguns dels brigadistes a les seves memòries ho expliquen, no? Que quan vam entrar al vaixell en els camarots per primera vegada, vam quedar parats de tenir totes aquelles comoditats i n'hi havia un que deia, ostres, que teníem aigua i teníem fins i tot una llum per llegir. Eren gent que no estaven acostumats a poder tenir uns camarots d'aquestes característiques.
Sònia, aquell dia, què és el que va passar el dia 30 de maig? Com ho van viure els malgratencs i malgratenques?
Bé, els malgratencs i malgratenques, això era, l'altre dia abans ho parlàvem amb en Josep Maria, era l'hora del migdia i ens pot sorprendre, però era un 30 de maig que feia una calor com està fent ara mateix, aquests dies, i la gent, direu, estava a la platja si estaven en guerra. Sí, estaven en guerra, però hi havia molta gent que estava a la platja, sobretot nens que s'estaven banyant i estaven acabant de fer temps per l'hora de dinar. I llavors vam veure com apareixia, imagina't, estàs a la platja més o menys davant de l'estació i veus aparèixer per la punta del Tordera un vaixell immens. Hi ha gent que fins i tot estava, testimonis que ens han explicat que estaven al carrer Mallorca o al carrer d'en Blanc, que en aquell moment, com que no estava tan edificat, es veia la platja, que van veure el barco i van anar corrents fins a la platja per veure'l, perquè, clar, molts d'ells mai havien vist un vaixell tan gran de tan a prop. I, de fet, el vaixell ja anava tan a prop perquè quan va arribar a Sant Feliu de Guíxols ja el van avisar que el seguia un submarí i llavors van decidir que seguís la ruta però més a prop de la costa. I per això la gent el va veure tan a prop i tan gran que van anar corrents a veure'l passar. Una noia, me'n recordo, una noia que ara té 47 anys, ens explicava, per aquell moment era una noia, ens explicava això, Estàvem amb unes amigues i van veure i es van agafar les tres de les mans i se'n van anar corrents a la platja per veure-ho més en primera persona. I just arriben i veuen tota l'explosió, De fet, un dels testimonis estava sota l'aigua quan va sentir l'explosió i va treure el cap i van veure ja tot el fum, van començar a sentir els crits, diu que els crits se sentien des de molts carrers de la població i llavors hem de pensar que es va enfonsar relativament ràpid. Vull dir que tampoc va haver-hi massa temps de reacció perquè va ser l'explosió i al cap de poc ja el vaixell es va enfonsar. I la gent el que va fer, sobretot els pescadors, reaccionar molt ràpidament, treure les barques, intentant ajudar aquesta gent que s'estava afogant.
Josep Maria, ho tenim documentat tot això? Quins tipus de documents tenim a l'Arxiu de Malgrat de Mar?
És una bona pregunta, Mira, justament el que podia ser el document estrella té a veure amb això que acaba d'explicar la Sònia. Justament és una factura. Després explicar una mica com va això de la documentació. Aprofitaré aquest espai per explicar una mica quins documents hi ha a l'arxiu. Però vaja, concretem amb aquest episodi. Justament quan passa això, com explicava la Sònia, molts pescadors, molta gent voluntària se'n va a socórrer als brigadistes. I el que fan és, bé, els que poden, els porten cap a la platja, cap a la costa. I el que fan és, justament, això també ho expliquen alguns brigadistes en les seves memòries, el que fan és donar-los conyac, una mica per animar-los, cosa que ara no se'ns podria fer, però en aquell moment era una manera d'activar-los. Doncs justament a l'arxiu, un dels pocs documents que s'ha conservat d'aquest fet és una factura que presenta el banc mercantil, que és un banc que estava més o menys a prop de l'estació, de l'actual estació de tren, i presenta al cap d'uns dies una factura a l'Ajuntament perquè havia invertit 23 botelles, 23 folles de conyac per socórrer, és a dir, que havien donat en els brigadistes. Clar, justament, fixa't que és una trista factura, trista entre cometes, en què aquest senyor del del banc mercantil reclamava a l'Ajuntament que li paguessin el cost d'aquestes 23 ampolles. Aleshores, és un exemple, si es vol, una mica anecdòtic, però que nosaltres la fem servir molt quan tenim visites escolars, amb la Sònia ho hem fet moltes vegades, perquè, clar, els fas llegir aquesta factura als nanos, als joves, i, clar, no entenen res. 23, això què és? Una factura, un rebut, un albarà. Clar, i llavors els preguntes, i per què? Quina és la finalitat d'aquesta factura, no? És a dir, què volien? Clar, i comencen a entendre que és una factura com qualsevol altra que pretenia una finalitat. La finalitat de la factura no és que n'estiguessin parlant ara 83 anys després, sinó que aquest home el que volia era cobrar. És a dir, la documentació que hi ha en un arxiu sempre té una finalitat, i en aquest cas una finalitat bastant prosaica, és a dir, molt elemental. És a dir, volien cobrar. El que passa és que per aquest fet ens està donant aquesta informació, sabem que els hi donaven conyac, i això, a sobre, ens ho corrobora molts, almenys un parell de brigadistes que fan les seves memòries i expliquen això mateix, que quan els van rescatar, els van portar a la platja i els van donar conyac. És a dir, és un exemple que tens la informació personal per un costat i administrativa, entre cometes, si voleu, per l'altre. Bé, a part d'aquesta, si voleu, aquesta anècdota, perquè és molt curiós, explica moltes coses, doncs ja, diguéssim, tenim el que són els llistats, les llicències per donar sepultura, tenim fins a 8 persones, diguéssim, registrades en aquest sentit i algunes de les quals enterrades a Malgrat, però clar, la documentació que hi ha en un arxiu i és per alguna raó, no? Si per entendre's l'alcalde d'aquell moment hagués demanat, doncs, jo què sé, que algú fes un inventari o una relació de tots, ara tindríem un document que parlés d'això, no? Si la documentació, la Sònia ho sap perfectament i ho treballa molt, i l'Adrià també, no? És a dir, allò que s'ha originat per un motiu concret, que sol ser un motiu bastant més prosaic que no pas el que després estudiem nosaltres, l'hem de posar en context i interpretar-lo i aleshores això ens dona molta informació.
Què creieu que s'ha de fer per recuperar la memòria històrica d'aquests fets?
Això la Sònia ens pot explicar que a part d'aquesta de documentació que puguem tenir a Malgrat, ella ha anat espigolant a diversos arxius i també en les memòries, perquè aquí també hi ha un element important, que és que no tota la documentació sempre està directament vinculada amb un espai o amb un arxiu, no? Hi ha, diguéssim, molta informació que l'aconsegueixes buscant en la vida dels diferents brigadistes, no? En aquest cas, penso que s'ha fet un treball extraordinari de recopilació, però em sembla que això millor que ho expliqui la Sònia, no?
I tant. De
fet, o l'Adrià,
Hi ha una cosa molt interessant del que explicava abans la Sònia, no? I deia això, no? Com s'havia documentat com es va viure aquell dia a Malgrat de Mar, no? Deia una noia, explicava una noia que és gran ara. No, tota aquesta feina, com es fa? Quines són aquestes altres fonts que ens permeten fer una mica de memòria històrica en aquest sentit?
En el cas de la Ciutat de Barcelona hi ha un problema que és evident, no? Que és que vam començar molt tard, no? Abans deies, què hem de fer per recuperar la memòria històrica? Doncs és que, clar, el tema és que anem tantes dècades tard, no? O sigui, fa tant de temps que s'havia d'haver fet que moltes vegades ara els investigadors, no? L'Adrià segurament també li passa, que ens trobem amb el doble de dificultats, perquè si jo hagués pogut fer aquesta recerca, no havia nascut, però si l'hagués pogut fer algú a l'any 1960, hauria sigut fantàstic, perquè els brigadistes, la majoria, encara eren vius, els testimonis, podem dir, protagonistes, que no vull dir que la gent que ho va veure i estava allà de manera casual no ho fos de protagonista, perquè també ho era, però me refereixo a haver pogut entrevistar l'alcalde que hi havia en aquell moment a Malgrat, haver pogut entrevistar els equips d'emergència que van venir a socórrer les persones. Tota aquesta informació de com es va organitzar la infraestructura del salvament, això no la tenim, perquè ni va quedar registrat per escrit, ni vam poder parlar directament amb aquests testimonis de primera mà. Tampoc vam poder parlar amb els brigadistes, perquè jo quan vaig començar a fer recerca sobre aquest tema, l'últim dels brigadistes de Ciudad de Barcelona, que tinguem documentat, va morir el 2008. Tot això es va començar a estirar del fil molt més tard. Llavors, què ens ha quedat? Els familiars, els fills, les filles, els nets i les netes, que la veritat sempre que hem contactat han sigut molt amables, alguns ens han costat molt de trobar. Ara fa cosa de 2 mesos vam trobar els familiars d'un dels brigadistes de Nova Zelanda i viuen a una regió de Nova Zelanda, en un lloc que es diu Taranaki, i des d'allà vam aconseguir contactar amb un diari local que al periodista li va encantar el tema i va fer com un article amb el meu mail i una crida, i gràcies a això se van posar en contacte amb nosaltres 3 nebots d'aquest senyor que feia anys que estaven intentant saber què li havia passat, i un historiador de Nova Zelanda que tenia molta documentació sobre el tema i ens ho ha fet arribar. O sigui que, per una banda, hi ha els familiars que mica en mica han anat localitzant. Alguns d'ells sabien poca cosa, perquè molts d'aquests brigadistes no van explicar què els havia passat. Amb en Josep Maria, per exemple, fa 3 o 4 anys va venir una noia que és un corresponsal del New York Times i normalment es dedica a cobrir conflictes bèl·lics a Orient Mitjà, a Àfrica, etc. I va descobrir un dia que el seu avi era brigadista i s'havia enfonsat a la Ciutat de Barcelona. I va decidir invertir uns mesos de la seva vida i va fer un viatge fins aquí, va venir malgrat per intentar saber informació i després se'n va anar a fer tot el recorregut dels escenaris d'Aragó, per on havia estat el seu avi, va estar al Chite, va estar a tots aquests llocs. I clar, en aquest cas no ens aporta informació, però també ens l'aporta, perquè també ens parla del silenci de després, d'aquesta gent que quan tornen no li expliquen ni a la seva pròpia família aquesta experiència. O sigui, això és molt interessant també. Hi ha vegades que tant si parlen com si no parlen ens proporciona informació. I el tema de la documentació és una mica dramàtic, perquè quan investigues qualsevol tema de la Guerra Civil, això també us ho pot explicar l'Adrià, els documentos estan esparcidos por España y por el mundo, i, és una aventura. En el cas de les brigades internacionals, ara tenim la sort que quasi tots els documents que estan a un arxiu a Moscou els han digitalitzat i els podem consultar des de casa per internet. Durant uns mesos no ha funcionat la web i, clar, a més estava en rus i posat a la seva manera i hi ha vegades que és difícil de localitzar, però això ens ha proporcionat molta informació, el que és una feina que, clar, és molt lenta perquè has d'anar gratant, no? I la tercera pota diria jo que són les associacions de brigadistes que han fet una feina espectacular, per exemple, l'associació dels veterans del batalló Lincoln Washington tenen una base de dades on hi ha recollits quasi bé tots els brigadistes i com a mínim te serveix per començar, per trobar el nom i potser alguna foto. I després també molta gent que col·labora, perquè nosaltres moltes coses ens les han enviat investigadors d'altres països que sabien que preparàvem coses del Ciudad de Barcelona i han trobat alguna cosa i ens ho han fet arribar per mail, que això també és interessant.
Sònia, ràpidament aquí...
Jo volia afegir una cosa.
Sí?
Sí, si ho permeteu. No, volia afegir només una cosa, que era, per exemple, en el tema de documentació que estava parlant la Sònia, també és important, que moltes vegades ho deixem sobre, no? Anem directament als arxius, però també és molt important la hemeroteca dels diaris de l'època. Perquè aquí, per exemple, en el cas de la Ciutat de Barcelona, el diari Llibertat del dia 31 de maig recull la crònica de com va ser. I això passa molt sovint. I, de fet, el primer any, més o menys el primer any de la Guerra Civil, els diaris republicans no tenen cap tipus de censura i t'estan dient fins i tot on estan les unitats al front, etc. Que això va també aprofitar molt els espies i el servei d'espiatge franquista perquè ho deien, diu, és molt fàcil, només hem d'agafar un diari i ja sabem on estan les unitats, perquè veieu també com es feia la guerra en aquella època, al principi. Però és interessant aquestes fonts i sobretot inclús a nivell local, perquè moltes poblacions fan el seu diari i a vegades tens informació que no la trobes a un arxiu, diguem, arxiu general militar d'Àvila o el de Salamanca, etc. Però vas aquí sí que veus unes històries una mica més personals
cal dir que també és partidista, no? S'ha de saber què és el que si és veritat o no és veritat, però està molt bé perquè et dona força informació que a vegades, per complementar el discurs general, està força bé.
Sí, jo volia afegir en relació que... Sí, perdona. No, el que explicava la Sònia i l'Adrià també fa un moment, clar, justament el tema de la memòria històrica es recupera, la recuperen els nets, és a dir, són els nets d'aquests protagonistes els que descobreixen l'avi. Fixa't, en la majoria dels casos funciona així. És l'avi, no necessàriament de l'historiador, no? És l'avi o l'àvia. Els fills d'aquesta gent són els que pateixen de manera més dramàtica tota la repressió, tot el que va passar després. Són els nets que d'alguna manera s'alliberen o poden tenir una visió diferent, els que diuen, escolta'm, però si el meu avi era republicà, i a partir d'aquí és quan comencen a sortir més estudis històrics que de fet, amb això de la història, no sé si esteu d'acord, però que moltes vegades d'estudis ja n'hi ha, evidentment en falten molts, no? Però a nivell, diguéssim, acadèmic ja hi ha molts estudis. El que passa és que això, per moltes raons, no acaba arribant a població, no? És a dir, tenim perfectament documentats tots els bombardejos que hi ha hagut a Barcelona, però la gent, jo estic convençut que no té un coneixement massa precís de tot el que va passar, no? Però això ja seria
un altre debat, potser també. Sí, podríem fer-lo. Jo us volia preguntar quin és l'estat actual de la recerca ara mateix en relació a Ciudad de Barcelona.
Bé, doncs ara jo podria dir que és un estat obert, no? Perquè és una... No sé, a mi em passen totes les recerques, és com molt difícil tancar-les, no? Perquè sempre comences a trobar coses noves i tires i hasta l'infinito i més allà. Però sí, és així. Però podríem dir que està obert, però que per primera vegada hem aconseguit agafar tot el que hi havia, ordenar-ho i tenir una visió com més acurada, no? O sigui, fins ara, des que vam començar a fer el 75è aniversari, vam començar a investigar i l'Alan Warren es va posar en contacte amb nosaltres, ens va començar a passar dades, després altres persones que ens van fer arribar, però teníem com tot una mica fragmentat, no? Una biografia d'un brigadista per aquí, un altre fet per allà, no? Què havia passat durant l'enfonsament i com s'havia viscut aquí. I ara una mica el que tenim és aquesta visió com més global, més de conjunt. Evidentment, encara ens queda per saber moltes històries de brigadistes i molts noms, perquè ara mateix tenim documentats, podem dir, amb noms, cognoms, el país del que venien i bastantes dades personals, a 175 brigadistes, dels que anaven en el vaixell. Però, clar, com deia l'Adrià, si mirem les fonts de l'hemeroteca, hi ha publicacions que diuen que n'hi anaven 200 i pico en el vaixell, altres que encara en diuen més, no? Llavors, segurament, molts encara no els hem trobat, però tot i que encara puguem anar-ne trobant més, crec que el que és important és que s'ha aconseguit documentar el perfil majoritari d'aquests brigadistes, quin va ser el seu viatge fins que van embarcar, que tota aquesta part tampoc no la sabíem gaire, què els hi passa durant l'enfonsament, vist des de la seva visió, no vist des de la visió dels de la platja, que aquesta sí que la teníem, i sobretot què els hi passa després, no? I hi ha multitud d'històries de què els hi passa després, des dels que sobreviuen a l'enfonsament però moren al front lluitant, els que són detinguts per les autoritats republicanes i acaben morint en alguna presó republicana, els que són detinguts, els que són capturats pels franquistes i acaben en camps de concentració, els que aconsegueixen sobreviure a la guerra i marxen però després acaben en camps a França i després potser són deportats a camps de concentració nazis, i també els que aconsegueixen tornar al seu país i què els hi passa després quan tornen. Potser no és la història concreta de cada un d'ells, però n'hem aconseguit recopilar prous com per veure la major part de casuístiques. O sigui que ho tenim obert, però ho tenim bastant més fixat del que ho teníem potser fa 4 o 5 anys.
Molt bé, hem parlat de documents, bàsicament. Jo voldria saber també si queda algun vestigi, alguna edificació. Com està el tema relacionat amb la recuperació, la museïtzació d'espais relacionats amb la Guerra Civil? Adrià, no sé si ens en podries parlar una mica.
Sí, clar. Però sobretot us centraré més al tema del Maresme, no? I en aquest cas, el que seria la defensa de la costa. Abans he dit que Mallorca era un front, no? Era un front, però era una base aeronaval i es va fortificar tota la costa catalana en previsió d'un possible desembarcament de tropes franquistes, que no va passar mai, però a banda d'això, per això mateix, per aquest motiu, es van construir fins a 701 nius de metralladores des de Portbou fins a Alcanar. Al Maresme ens van construir 61 nius de metralladores, dels que actualment en queden 25. A Malgrat, per desgràcia, no queda res, perquè ja ha passat amb moltes poblacions que han fet els passeigs marítims nous, els ports, etc. S'han destruït molts d'ells, no? Però igualment també es van construir diferents emplaçaments d'artilleria de costa. I això era precisament el que va passar amb el Ciudad de Barcelona, no un atac de submarí en aquest cas, sinó per si venia algun Canàries o el Baleares, que eren els vaixells franquistes més famosos, si bombardejaven la costa, si apareixien, poder bombardejar o poder defensar-se, no? I a Malgrat encara es conserva l'emplaçament d'artilleria sencer, pràcticament. De fet, ho vam descobrir no fa gaire. Jo vaig fer una recerca, la meva tesi doctoral, de fet, és la defensa de la costa de Catalunya en la Guerra Civil. I quan vaig estar investigant vaig trobar els plans originals republicans de la bateria de costa de Malgrat. Clar, vam pensar, no quedarà res o tal, no? Mai vaig tirar una mica més. De fet, tampoc coneixia ni la Sònia ni el Josep Maria i llavors ho vam deixar, va quedar de banda, no, això. Però, mica en mica, ara vam començar a fer un projecte d'intentar recuperar diferents espais de la Guerra Civil, en aquest cas, nius de metralladora de la costa del Maresme. Cal dir que a Blanes, per exemple, encara n'hi ha 7 nius de metralladores, que es van intentar fer alguna cosa, però estan deixar de la mà de Déu, que a veure si n'hi ha sort i es poden recuperar. I tornant al tema de Malgrat, al Parc del Castell, que es va fer la reforma l'any 2000 i poc, em sembla que va ser, doncs, es pot baixar per una claveguera i se'n va parar a totes les diferents sales, hi ha 4 sales i un passadís central, que és on eren les sales de la bateria de costa. I encara està, és que està tal qual. El que van fer durant la remodelació del parc, van abocar terra a sobre i això va quedar soterrat. Però van baixar Josep Maria i jo mateix, vam poder estar-hi per allà i vam veure com estaven les sales. Estaven malament, però sí que es poden recuperar, però tot això encara queda. I quedaria encara també el que seria... Ara actualment hi ha un banc per seure, però es fa una mena de circunferència. Allà és on anava un canó. Malgrat va comptar amb 4 canons de defensa de la costa, que eren uns canons dolentíssims, com tots els que es van ficar a la costa catalana, perquè eren canons molt antics. I poca cosa podien haver fet davant d'aquest tipus de vaixells, però la gent se sentia segura tenint uns canons darrere de la població. Però la qüestió és que el tema és que des de fa ja uns anys ja es va intentant recuperar tota aquesta memòria, com abans deia Josep Maria també i la Sònia, intentant recuperar tota aquesta memòria després de tants anys que han estat amagada o no donant interès, i ara cada vegada n'hi ha més. I aquí en el tema de Malgrat s'intenta a veure si, ja que queda el tema de la bateria, a veure si es podia recuperar per la ciutadania, que al cap i a la fi seria el seu.
Home, doncs ens quedarem amb això que ens explicava ara l'Adrià, el tema aquest del Parc del Castell, a veure si algun dia podem veure'l, podem veure o es pot recuperar d'alguna manera per tal que això no es perdi, no quedi com està ara sota del Parc del Castell sense poder-se veure, sense poder-se visitar, sense poder explicar què és el que hi ha allà. Si us sembla, Déu-n'hi-do l'estona que portem, anem tancant la taula rodona, ha sigut un autèntic plaer estar amb vosaltres, sentir-vos, perquè realment teniu un coneixement molt profund, molt sòlid sobre el tema del Ciudad de Barcelona, també sobre l'època, el context que hem anat parlant. De seguida us acomiado abans, però sí que m'agradaria fer una mica de reflexió a nivell vostre personal, una mica del que hem anat parlant, a títol, a mode de conclusió també. No sé, què us sembla? Comencem per la Sònia, per exemple. Sònia? No sé si podem fer allò, una mica de conclusió per tancar aquesta taula rodona.
Bé, doncs, no sé, una mica seguint el que deia l'Adrià, no? Crec que la conclusió és que si volem recuperar la memòria històrica i volem, sobretot, que la gent ho conegui, que abans també ho deia en Josep Maria, potser hem d'anar més enllà del que seria més la recerca que fem els historiadors i potser la publicació més científica i intentar apropar-ho més. I penso que una manera d'apropar-ho és fer una divulgació que pugui arribar més a tothom, potser explicant-ho, però no explicant-ho d'una manera tan tècnica, sinó explicant-ho amb un llenguatge que tothom ho pugui entendre i que tothom no se li faci pesant llegir, perquè hi ha vegades que, com deia en Josep Maria, hi ha molts estudis fets i són superinteressants, però la gent que no és de l'àmbit agafa depèn de quin totxo de llibre de no sé quin estudi i li costa, Llavors crec que és important apropar-ho i una manera seria aquesta, divulgar-ho més per la gent i també tot aquest projecte tant de museïtzació, que trobo que són molt interessants perquè la gent, com més s'apropa a la història, és quan la veu i la pot quasi bé tocar i es pot fer la idea dels espais. I una mica també com amb el projecte que està fent el Ron McDonald, d'intentar fer aquests espais de memòria i de record, en aquest cas per als brigadistes, perquè si hi ha un monument a la platja de Malgrat, qualsevol que passi per allà sabrà que allà va passar-hi alguna cosa i podrà informar-se sobre aquella cosa. Si no hi ha res, doncs és molt més difícil poder fer arribar, Per exemple, la Ciudad de Barcelona, sí, potser cada 5 anys fem un aniversari i arriba a X persones, però no és el mateix que un espai físic el que cada dia hi poden passar moltíssimes persones que poden informar-se sobre allò, perquè han quedat com una constància.
Precisament, Sònia, avui en parlarem de tot plegat també amb en Rob McDonald i del seu projecte al Solidarity Park. Res, de seguida, quan acabem aquesta taula rodona. Adrià, quina és la teva conclusió, aquesta reflexió final que ens aportes?
Bé, la mateixa dinàmica de la Sònia, pràcticament, de que, tot i que han passat més de 80 anys del conflicte, però encara queden moltes històries per explicar, molts vestigis que encara es poden veure, que la gent no sap ni el que és i que anem descobrint mica en mica. I jo crec que sí que el que farà falta és fer una consciència global i intentar atreure, sobretot, intentar explicar al jovent, perquè el jovent, si no, es perdrà. O sigui, tot això, tota aquesta generació de que sí, són els nostres avis, els nets, però ja després, les anys properes que vindran, això sonarà com una cosa del segle passat. O sigui, no sabran de què va la cosa i deixaran d'estar. Llavors, és important fer aquesta reflexió i intentar fer aquesta recuperació, sobretot amb el jovent, perquè si no, és el que dic, que si no és que acabarà perdent-se, no?
I en Josep Maria, què hi diu? També va una mica en aquesta línia?
Sí. Jo el que penso és el que dèiem, que de coneixement n'hi ha, el que passa és que això no acaba arribant. I la manera que arriba a la gent, la gran majoria de la gent, sempre és per la via emocional. És a dir, per la via gairebé de tocar, d'apropar-se, de sentir-se protagonista, en certa manera. Aquí l'arxiu ens passa moltes vegades. És a dir, la manera que té la majoria de la gent d'apropar-se a la història normalment és a partir de la vivència personal, a partir del que coneix, del que li han explicat, i en aquesta feina i en aquest plantejament és en el que estem. És a dir, tot el que es faci en relació a la ciutat de Barcelona és que no s'acaba mai. El que deia l'Adrià del jovent és que, clar, i la Sònia és mestra d'un institut, és a dir, alumnes n'hi ha cada any, canvien els alumnes, i és que no s'acaba mai. És com un repte d'anar, diguéssim, d'alguna manera formant, d'anar ensenyant, d'anar divulgant tot això perquè no es vagi perdent i al mateix temps per també anar combatent totes aquestes, moltes vegades, aquestes fake news i aquestes històries que hi ha que no estan ni documentades. Clar, és com vaja, evidentment no depèn de nosaltres tres ni de nosaltres quatre, però hem de treballar perquè això, doncs, d'alguna manera es vagi coneguent i, a més, aquí tenim la història local, ens permet molt això. Ens permet molt això perquè juguem amb el coneixement del territori i juguem amb les persones. Aleshores, clar, moltes troles que poden haver-hi a nivell general, a nivell local, les pots analitzar millor, no? I penso que és un espai en el qual l'espai local et permet conèixer pràcticament el mateix, però amb una dimensió més reduïda, no? No és una petita història, com alguns parlen. No és una petita, és una gran història, però és el marc que potser és una mica més petit, Bé, això és una altra cosa, jo m'enrotllo, perdoneu,
Podem anar-ho apuntant, són temes que, mira, mai se sap quan els podem posar damunt la taula. Moltíssimes gràcies, Sònia Garangou, historiadora, professora d'Història i autora de diversos treballs relacionats amb la Guerra Civil, el Malgrat i les joventuts llibertàries de Catalunya. Gràcies per ser amb nosaltres, Sònia.
A vosaltres.
Gràcies també a l'Adrià Cabezas, que ens ha acompanyat avui, historiador i membre del grup de recerca i d'investigació d'espais de la Guerra Civil. Gràcies també, Adrià, per participar en aquesta taula rodona.
Moltes gràcies a vosaltres.
I finalment també agraïm la presència de Josep Maria Crosas, arxiver municipal de Malgrat. Gràcies.
Gràcies a vosaltres per la feina que feu.
Gràcies per haver participat en aquesta taula rodona virtual que hem fet, que hem organitzat coincidint amb els 83 anys de l'afonsament de la Ciudad de Barcelona, avui, dia 30 de maig.
Okay, so welcome back to Solidarity Park Festival. The conference in Malgrat is still going on.
Bienvenidos de vuelta. La conferencia aquí en Malgrat de Mar, en el archivo municipal, está a punto de acabar.
Okay, so but we're going to now transfer from Zone A to Zone B, which is the beginning of the arts.
Ahora pasamos de la zona A, que ya hemos hecho, a la zona B, que es la zona artística.
But before we go there, I just want to mention the crowdfunding.
Antes de pasar a la zona B, hablemos del crowdfunding.
We started 2 weeks ago and we've raised €750 up to yesterday.
Empezamos hace 2 semanas y teníamos hasta hoy 750 euros.
But today we've already gone over €1,000.
Pero hoy hemos superado los 1.000 euros.
So please, if you can, a little bit more.
Así que si creéis en el proyecto Solidarity Park, pues ayudarnos.
We want to make this festival, in years to come, the center of fighting against fascism.
La razón es porque queremos hacer de este festival un festival anual para transmitir la memoria histórica a través del arte.
I have to speak quieter, the director told me.
Mi compañero Rob está diciendo que tenemos que hablar flojo porque ellos todavía están hablando.
Okay, so we're going to move to the next stage. The next stage is going to be different arts. It's going to be poetry. Yeah.
Sí, ahora en la parte B, en la parte de los artistas, tendremos poesía.
We're going to have choirs.
Tenemos coros, tenemos un coro, el coro Yayo Flautas de Barcelona, tenemos el coro Zach Gabor.
A choir from Barcelona and also a choir from Croatia.
Tenemos también un fragmento de una obra de teatro sobre las brigadas internacionales llamada Una nueva primavera, la historia de las brigadas internacionales.
Okay, we've also got some poetry from Venezuela and some poetry from England.
Tenemos poesía desde Venezuela, desde Inglaterra. Tenemos también la intervención del músico Jorge Sarraute, músico argentino que lleva muchos años afincado en Barcelona, uno de los fundadores del taller de Músics.
Yeah,
Ha sido también, perdón, que esto es muy importante, ha sido también director del Coro Nacional de Cuba y ha trabajado con un montón de cantantes como Serrat.
Okay, so we have music from Argentina, and now I'm going to cut it that quick. What else do we have? We have music from Greece. We have a group from Greece.
Como os hemos dicho antes, tenemos las colaboraciones de artistas de muchos diferentes países, ¿no? Entonces tenemos música desde Grecia.
We have music from arts from all over. We have some dance and video made in Sweden.
Tenemos danza y tenemos otro vídeo también que nos envían desde Suecia.
And we have art from an Australian artist who lives in Spain. We have arte para un artista australiano, pero vive aquí.
Ah, sí, tenemos, exacto, un expat australiano que vive aquí, que también ha participado.
Anyway, there's a lot packed in to this next stage, but also we have in between each act, we have some history.
Sí. Entre medio de las participaciones artísticas tenemos también un fragmento de historia. Y aprovechamos también para decir y para animaros a aquellos que seáis artistas de cualquier manifestación artística, como esto pretende ser un festival anual, si queréis participar el próximo año, el año que viene esperamos que sea de una manera presencial y que no tengáis que enviar ningún vídeo, ¿no?
This is an important point. We want you to participate.
Yes.
If you're an artist and you want to be part of this anti-fascist art festival, then join up with us. Send us a message on any of the feeds or
exactly.
email.
Podéis enviar un email en la website de solidaritypark.com, solidaritypark.com. You can send an email, podéis enviar un email con una muestra o un vídeo para el año que viene, participar de manera presencial en el festival.
Yeah, it's super important because what we're trying to do with Solidarity Park is we're trying to get artists organized, we're trying to organize amongst young people, we're organizing locally and we're organizing internationally.
Exacto, lo que queremos es transmitir, hacer un festival que pretende ser un festival artístico de lucha antifascista y queremos apoyarnos en la memoria histórica porque creemos que la memoria histórica no es un acto de nostalgia, es un ejercicio de reflexión muy importante hoy en día, sobre todo cuando el fascismo empieza a crecer de nuevo en todo el mundo y podemos recoger de nuestros predecesores, como los brigadistas internacionales, buenos ejemplos para luchar y para combatir el fascismo.
The important thing that we're going to show you in between some of these next pieces of art is not just any old history, but we're actually going to tell you a little bit about the International Brigadistas themselves.
Sí, lo que comentaba mi compañero Rob es que también vamos a poder escuchar historias a través de manifestaciones artísticas, las historias de brigadistas, de ellos mismos.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time as we go to the next things. I just want to tell you something important about the project.
Yeah.
Yo quiero hablar una cosa súper importante para el proyecto. And this is about the involvement, yes, of you, yes, of artists. But one of the key things we're trying to do is to involve young people and school students particularly.
Sí, como os decimos, es un proyecto comunitario y queremos involucrar artistas, pero también queremos involucrar gente joven, estudiantes, para hacer de ello un contacto intergeneracional.
What we have done is we've been going into the schools and we've been doing a schools program to talk about the role of the International Brigadistas.
Hemos participado ya en algunas escuelas, hemos intervenido. Como estamos en directo, estamos oyendo los aplausos porque acaban de acabar justo ahora la conferencia. Okay. Nada, os decíamos que en algunas escuelas hemos intervenido para explicar la historia de los brigadistas con acciones artísticas, ¿no? Rob,
yeah.
You have been participating in
we've
schools.
been not just in schools in Margaret, but locally as well. But we've also been in schools internationally, schools in Germany, in Australia, and other places. I think we're going to have to move slightly. People are now going into the exhibition that you saw earlier. They weren't allowed in because you were watching it.
Yeah.
Is this strong? No, they're not.
So should we go to the zone B or not yet? Not yet.
Okay, we're waiting a little. Okay, so I was talking about the schools project.
Yeah.
If you're a teacher and you're a history teacher or you're a language teacher, we also want you to get in contact with us because although we're teaching in the schools here, we want to spread this internationally.
Sí, animamos a los profesores, a las profesoras de historia, de lengua y también profesores del bachillerato artístico para involucraros con este proyecto porque podemos ir a las escuelas a explicar la historia de los brigadistas internacionales a través de proyectos artísticos.
So what we do when we go into the schools, we've got people all leaving now, great.
Yeah.
When we go into the schools, what we do is we teach, first of all, the history of the brigadistas, then we do an art project, and we also mix it with language. So that could be in English or in Castellano, whatever your language needs would be.
Sí, cuando vamos a las escuelas, primero se explica la historia de los brigadistas internacionales, especialmente de la mano de los profesores de historia, y luego a través de algún proyecto artístico nosotros intentamos que los alumnos participen. Lo podemos hacer tanto en inglés como en castellano o catalán.
The purpose of doing this is to teach the next generation, you know, the lessons and the history of what took place, but also to make connections with young people today.
Queremos explicar a las nuevas generaciones lo que hicieron nuestras generaciones pasadas para luchar contra el fascismo, pero también queremos hacer conexiones entre el pasado y el presente.
Okay, the final thing that we do with the students that is, for me, is particularly important is that we involve them in building the monument.
Queremos, muy importante, involucrar a los estudiantes, a la gente joven, en la construcción del monumento a los brigadistas.
So as you may or may not know, I'm the artist that does is making the monument on that's going to be on the beach.
Rob es el escultor que va a hacer el monumento aquí en Malgrat de Mar, un monumento homenaje a los brigadistas que estará situado delante de la playa en Malgrat de Mar.
And part of that will have stone, what we're calling community portholes.
Community what?
Community portholes, claraboyas.
Ah, vale, sí. Hemos hecho, los estudiantes han diseñado algunas de las claraboyas o ojos de buey de los barcos y esos diseños están en el monumento.
So when we go into the schools, we actually got something practical for the students to do to be part of building that monument because they are designing those community portholes.
La mejor manera de involucrar a la gente joven es hacer que ellos con sus propios diseños también participen. De manera que queden sus diseños en un monumento que formará parte de la ciudad.
So when we talk about participation, yes, we're talking about the student participation, but more than that.
Es más que la participación de los estudiantes, es formar parte de la historia.
Sí, the brigadistas, the stone brigadistas that go on top of the ship, they've also were made in the street.
Sorry.
Nosotros, yo hablo poco castellano, pero no. Nosotros cuando hacen los brigadistas,
vale.
¿tú quieres?
Vale, sí.
Sigue.
Que cuando dice, el monumento tiene dos partes. Sorry, so sometimes I need my time to take his words in English.
Sí, claro.
¿Vamos hacia allí?
La traducción.
Sí, vale, vamos andando hacia allí. Vale, sí, lo que quería decir es que en el monumento hay una parte de los 60 brigadistas y esa parte del monumento se ha construido, Rob ha sacado su taller a la calle y parte de la ciudad de Malgrat de Mar ha estado picando en ese monumento.
So we're going to have a look at the what's on offer for your crowdfunding, and I think maybe that's how we'll finish up this little section, we hope.
Vamos a echar un vistazo al merchandising que podéis comprar en la web y en las redes sociales.
Uy, mira. Okay, so this is Sergi. He's the man of the day who's selling the materials that we have. So we're selling books that were donated by Alan Warren. Thank you, Alan. We have got t-shirts, camisetas.
Yes, like this one.
Oh, you want to see a little bit nearer? Okay, there you go. Is that good?
But look at me, the fancy way to wear the t-shirt.
Yo tengo lo negro, él tengo lo blanco. Tienes libros y muchas diferentes chapas. Want to have a look at this? This is a book written about one of the brigadistas who was on the Ciudad de Barcelona, in inglés y en catalán.
Aquí hay dejarme mostraros una réplica de este pin de los brigadistas internacionales que ha sido cedida por el amical de las Brigadas Internacionales de Cataluña.
And we have also a badge which is just of the International Brigadistas. This one's very popular, I should say. Okay, what we also have is miniature versions of what will go on top of the monument.
Yeah, this is the brigadist. This is like the shame.
And maybe finally, the important, we have these. Do we have any, Sergi, that I can show close? So the ship, the Ciudad de Barcelona, you've heard quite a lot of history. Vale, yo explicar en castellano. Tú aprenda hoy mucho con la historia de la Ciudad de Barcelona. Dentro de esta exhibición es carteles, pero carteles real para el barco. Hoy. Lo siento. Eso porque el barco es no una barca mal, es una barca súper bien. Entonces, este es el original, bueno, copias para originales.
Reproducciones, ¿no? De las
Sí,
originales. Claro.
Y tienes diferentes fotos para la barca. Pero este es posible para ti también para el crowdfunding in English.
Me? Okay.
Okay.
Yes. You can buy this postcard. And yeah. As the rest of the merchandising, you can find these postcards in the website. Okay, this is a collection of 5.
Yeah. And they're reproductions of the original that were done. Okay, so we're not sure what we're doing, as you might be able to tell. Vale. See you later, Sergi.
See you.
Okay. ¿Qué quieres? Okay, so
Sí. Vamos, continuamos para aquí para mostraros el cartel.
okay. So we're going to finish up.
Ay, que tiene que pasar el...
Yeah, no problem.
Gracias.
Okay, so we're going to finish up here. So the other thing to say is if you have any questions, then put them in the chats. Okay, we're just getting our note. The boss is telling us how long we've got. It's not very long. So
Yes.
we'll tell you quickly. If you've got any questions, put them in the chat.
Sí, cualquier cuestión, cualquier duda o cualquier sugerencia, escribir en el chat.
We'll be back live like this at 2 o'clock.
Sí, a las 2.
A las 2, so soon, where we'll give you an update of what's going on.
A las 2, Rob y yo volvemos.
But
Lo
I'm not
siento.
here. We'll be somewhere else.
Sí, no aquí. Estaremos en otro sitio. Estaremos en el pub.
No.
No estaremos en el pub.
A las 3, we're at the beach.
A las 3 estaremos en la playa.
A las 5, el concerto.
A las 5 el concierto.
In the pub.
In the pub. En el pub.
Okay, so we'll give you a more update, but if you want to know what's coming up, then you can download the program, and hopefully people very shortly will put that in the chat.
Si queréis saber qué viene, descargaos el programa, pero no dejéis de conectaros con nosotros. Os esperamos a la vuelta, por favor. Gracias.
Okay.
Sí, vamos a la zona B, acordaros, la zona de los artistas, la
Yes.
chula, la guay.
Yes, so enjoy the poetry, enjoy the choirs, enjoy all the art that's coming up. There's lots of really cool stuff.
Los coros de muchos diferentes países, la poesía, el teatro.
And goodbye.
Hasta ahora. No os vayáis.
Las brigadas internacionales eran los voluntarios de la libertad, unidades militares formadas por extranjeros que venían de todo el mundo para ayudar a la joven República Española. La gran mayoría de ellos no tenía ningún tipo de formación como soldados. Hablaban lenguas diferentes y practicaban religiones diferentes, pero todos tenían un objetivo común: luchar contra el fascismo. La historia de los brigadistas internacionales quedó enterrada en las cunetas y en las fosas comunes, bajo 40 años de represión y de silencio. Pero las brigadas internacionales existieron, y gente como María no los olvidó nunca. Su recuerdo venció a la guerra, al tiempo y al miedo. Para que un pueblo no repita los errores del pasado, es necesario que conozca su historia. Y esta historia, la historia de las brigadas internacionales, comienza un 18 de julio de 1936.
18 de juliol de 1936, una part de l'exèrcit espanyol fa un cop d'estat.
les hores d'alta tenebra, quan semblava tot acabat, arribaren de muntanya els clamors de llibertat. Arribaren de muntanya els clamors de llibertat. S'aixecaven mans cerrades dalt la plana i dalt del cim, els clamors en peu de guerra, els herois de blau maquís, els clamors en peu de guerra, els herois de blau maquís. Molt creuada és l'herència, tot el vostre és bombardent, ens arriba de la terra la tornada insurgent. Ens arriba de la terra la tornada insurgent. Roges vostres perses banderes s'alcen al ajudador. A les armes, camarades, visca la revolució. A les armes, camarades, visca la revolució. Dicen que la patria es un fusil y una bandera. Mi patria son mis hermanos que están labrando la tierra. Mi patria son mis hermanos que están labrando la tierra. Mientras aquí nos enseñan cómo se mata en la guerra. Ay, que yo no tiro, que no, ay, que yo no tiro, que no, ay, que yo no tiro contra mis hermanos. Ay, que yo tirara que sí, ay, que yo tirara que sí, contra los que ahogan al pueblo en sus manos. Nos preparan a la lucha en contra de los obreros. Mal rayo me parta a mí si se ataco a mis compañeros. La guerra que tanto temen no viene del extranjero. Son huelgas igual que aquellas que ganaron los mineros. Ay, que yo no tiro, que no, ay, que yo no tiro, que no, ay, que yo no tiro contra mis hermanos. Ay, que yo tirara que sí, ay, que yo tirara que sí, contra los que ahogan al pueblo en sus manos. Si mi hermano se levanta, estando yo en el cuartel, cojo el fusil y la manta y me echo al monte con él. Oficiales, oficiales, tenéis mucha valentía, veremos si sois valientes cuando llegue vuestro día. Ay, que yo no tiro, que no, ay, que yo no tiro, que no, ay, que yo no tiro contra mis hermanos. Ay, que yo tirara que sí, ay, que yo tirara que sí, contra los que ahogan al pueblo en sus manos. En España las flores que nacen en
dolor es mí.
En España las flores no quieren ya vivir, porque el pueblo español murió en abril. Pero las flores vuelven, ¿quién las hizo morir? No saben que las flores vuelven en cada abril. España nunca ha muerto, nunca podrá morir. Al pueblo y a las flores no las mata el fusil. Españoles, salís de vuestra patria después de haber luchado contra la invasión, caminando por tierras extranjeras, mirando hacia la estrella de la liberación. Caminando por tierras extranjeras, mirando hacia la estrella de la liberación. Camaradas caídos en la lucha, que diste vuestra sangre por la libertad. Os juramos volver a nuestra España para vengar la afrenta de la humanidad. Os juramos volver a nuestra España para vengar la afrenta de la humanidad. A ti, Franco, traidor y asesino de mujeres y niños del pueblo español, tú que abriste las puertas al fascismo, tendrás eternamente nuestra maldición. Tú que abriste las puertas al fascismo, tendrás eternamente nuestra maldición.
Hello, my name is Steve Nally. I've got two poems. The first one is inspired by a book by Laurie Lee called I Walked Out One Midsummer Morning. When he was a young man, he left his village in the West Country, made his way to London, got involved in building strikes and was around the Communist Party, and inadvertently ended up in Spain in the Spanish Civil War, not to fight there, just travelling around and being very naive and young. But the book is brilliantly written and really brings home the horror of peasant life in particular in Spain in the 1930s and how generous people were there. This poem is inspired by it. It's not about it, it's inspired by it. This one's called Three Dreams Red. I cling to the pier, hands coated in the pernicious icy grip of an eastleigh. These are the bad days. Roam the wee small dogs, pink, careless wee dogs that urinate bile at will. Sharp teeth, puncture, lacerate, shred, all reason, reality, red-laced dreams. Wee small dogs are savage green shoots in parks, tails that do not wag to love. I laugh and crunch the damp sand between my toes as the sea runs fair. These are the days of hope. Walk out one grey Wednesday past the wee small dogs, thin lips curled back, teeth bared, yapping, past the present to a dream, to red bannered boats, to boots firmly in one camp, armed. I ascend, then tumble into the warm ocean as I body surf the lovely waves. These are the good days. Return down white sun-baked roads to red bannered boats. Return across water, lips kissed with salt. Boots sprinkle red earth to renew green shoots. Stamps wee small dogs deep into the brown, wet, cloying London clay. Then dream, live, tides on the turn. Thank you. This is my second contribution to the festival. It's a short poem about someone called Maria Dominguez Roman, who I read about recently in a British newspaper. And it's a bit about her life, but someone saying that what happened in the Spanish Revolution, all those people that were murdered and slaughtered by the fascists, is best left undisturbed, that kind of history. And that inspired me to read a bit about Maria and then write a short poem, I suppose, in tribute to her and her life. Maria, best left undisturbed, they say, but they were disturbed, hunted, captured, slaughtered, back in the day, lost, a son, a father, a mother, a daughter, in some cemetery, some field, a lane. Maria, how dare you learn to read, to write, to agitate? Say after her, under a socialist sun, I do not have to be a slave to anyone. Say after her, under a socialist sun, I do not have to be a slave to anyone. Thank you.
Los campos heridos de tanta metralla, los pueblos sangrantes de tanto dolor, y los campesinos sobre la batalla para destrozar al fascismo traidor, dejando el arado tirado en la tierra, tomando el fusil para pelear. Marchamos alegres hacia las trincheras para que en España haya libertad. Somos los campesinos, hoy somos los soldados. Adelante, gritan nuestros fusiles, gritan nuestros arados. Adelante, adelante, adelante. La sangre que corre valiente a diario, a derogar un día campesinos, hoy somos los soldados. Adelante, gritan nuestros fusiles, gritan nuestros arados. Adelante, adelante, adelante.
El 18 de julio en el patio del convento del pueblo madrileño fundó el quinto regimiento.
Anda, jaleo, jaleo, ya se acabó el alboroto y vamos al tiroteo y vamos al tiroteo. Con los 4 batallones que a Madrid están defendiendo, se va lo mejor de España, las formas rojas del pueblo. Anda, jaleo, jaleo, ya se acabó el alboroto y vamos al tiroteo y vamos al tiroteo. Con el quinto, con el quinto regimiento, madre, yo me voy al frente para las filas del fuego. Anda, jaleo, jaleo, ya se acabó el alboroto y vamos al tiroteo y vamos al tiroteo.
Venga, jaleo, jaleo.
Ya se acabó el alboroto y vamos al tiroteo y vamos al tiroteo. Dicen que la patria es un fusil y una bandera. Mi patria son mis hermanos que están labrando la tierra. Mi patria son mis hermanos que están labrando la tierra. Mientras aquí nos enseñan cómo se mata en la guerra. Hay que no tiro que no, hay que no tiro que no, hay que no tiro
William Grant Hadley, John Henry Inget, Joseph Klimovsky, Solly Cobrin, Joseph Julius Lambert, James Howard Mangos, Sally Marlucio, Steve Ed Varga Pearson, George Herbert Solomon, Gaston William Schultz, and the unknown John Groningen, Abraham Victor, and all of the survivors. Henry Venstra, Eduardo Horacio Henry Alois Kaiserman, Rosensa, the unknown, Carol Mikael Franson Hondoist, the unknown, Ernest Klavenkosu, Jan Sandbergenstoff, Pat Murphy, Konami, George Sokol Boucher, and all the survivors, Fernand Michel Chodor, Gardon Thomas Nels Pedersen, the unknown, James Terry, Marius Rasmussen, Aspervaren Andersen, and all the survivors. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up.
Vamos a introducir al equipo. Vamos a...
Tampoco Manuel. Te recuerdo, Amanda, la calle mojada, corriendo a la fábrica donde trabajaba Manuel.
Okay, welcome. We're halfway through Zone B, and we're doing you another live feed from the locale called the Raval.
Hola, ya estamos aquí de vuelta. Hemos escuchado todos los artistas de la zona B y ahora estamos en el Roubaix.
I first of all want to say, though, America, you're probably waking up now. It's about 8 o'clock, I think, in New York.
Exacto, buenos días para todos los que nos veis desde Estados Unidos, bueno, toda América.
So welcome to the Abraham Lincoln Brigade and all our supporters in America.
Exacto, buenos días, Brigada Lincoln.
And this is important because the ship had many Americans and Canadians on board.
Es importante saludaros porque el barco Ciudad de Barcelona había muchos brigadistas de la Brigada Lincoln.
Okay, cool. Well, I hope you enjoyed the first half of Zone B. No?
Sí, esperemos que habréis disfrutado tanto como nosotros de la primera zona B.
And we're going to now continue when we stop talking about what's coming up next.
Ahora vamos a hablaros brevemente de lo que va a venir ahora.
So we have art from Peter Robson. We have poetry from Germany. We have Chris Bird. We also have the Red and Black Song Club, another choir.
Tenemos poesía, tenemos más coros, tenemos música, tenemos teatro y
Theatre as well, yeah.
Y bueno, muchas cosas más.
I mentioned the Red and Black Song Club because they're from Glasgow.
Sí, tenemos al grupo, ¿cuál es?
The Red and Black Song
Red
Club.
and Black Song Club, lo ha mencionado porque son de Glasgow.
And they've just joined the Solidarity Park project.
Se han unido al Solidarity Park Project.
And they're from Glasgow, where Rob McDonald, not me,
El brigadista Rob McDonald, no este Rob, sino el brigadista,
is the reason I got involved in the project to start with.
era de Glasgow y por eso es importante recordar que tenemos este grupo de Glasgow.
So we welcome them to the project, but also we want to bring other associations, other groups. We want you to get involved in this project.
Sí, aprovechamos para animaros a aquellas asociaciones memorialistas que os queráis unir para que os unáis. Este es un proyecto comunitario. Se han unido el Amical de las Brigadas Internacionales de Catalunya, se ha unido también la Asociació Catalana dels Presos Polítics del Franquisme, se ha unido la Voz Ahogada Proyecto Escénic y os animamos a todas aquellas asociaciones que queráis difundir la memoria histórica a uniros. Este proyecto está abierto.
Mireille was just explaining the different projects, the different associations that are already involved with us. She talked about AMICAL, the International Brigaders Association in Catalonia, Expressos Políticos. There's an association about people who were imprisoned under Franco. She talked about her own theatre group, there's a very important theatre group doing historical memory projects. And a whole load more, but we want more, don't we?
Queremos más, claro que sí. Queremos más asociaciones unidas en este proyecto comunitario.
Because we keep saying this is a project of participation, but we just want to have a...
Exacto. Hablando de comunidad, os queremos mostrar aquí al resto del equipo porque solo nos estáis viendo a nosotros, pero aquí hay...
It's not just us. They're working away. They're being very quiet because they have to be. Hey, wake up. Okay, so...
Y detrás está Sergi y Paco.
Yes, yeah, it's
Paco.
And don't forget, Jonas, who's sitting on his own in Hamburg, who's directing the whole show.
Y Jonas, quien está haciendo posible todas estas conexiones, que está en Hamburgo.
Okay, want to remind you, crowdfunding, we need the dosh.
Os lo recordamos de nuevo, crowdfunding es necesario.
Okay, we'll see you at 10 to 3 at the beach.
Nos vemos a las 3 menos 10 en la playa.
Okay. What happens now? The director's trying to tell us. Vale.
Yeah.
What happens now is you're going to get the second part of Zone B. Much more art. Okay?
Disfrutar de la segunda parte de la zona B. Mucho más arte se viene.
Enjoy. Okay, it seems like we're still here.
Ok, esto es un directo.
We're very transparent.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom, who would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
We who ploughed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Though we stand outcast and starving neath the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
All the world is owned by idle towns, as ours and ours alone. We have laid the wide foundations, built it skyward stone by stone. It is ours not to slave in, but to master and to own, while the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
In our hands is placed the power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies multiplied 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through, they say you need no union if your colour isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
They divide us by our colour, they divide us by our tongue, they divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
Für euch, für die erste Reihe auf Konzerten, für die Menschen, die noch laut sein können und sich noch beschweren, für die, die ich auf Demos treffe, aber auch für die, die nicht nur für ihr gottverdammtes eigenes Ego rappen, für alle Regelbrecher, alle auf Gesetze Scheißer, für alle die, die sich noch für ein gutes Tech begeistern können, für alle Leute, die ihr kennt, dass andere vielleicht Hilfe brauchen oder ein paar Cent für dich. Wenn du gerade am Zweifeln bist, ob der Sinn des Lebens wirklich Wohlstand und Reichtum ist, ob dich an der Arbeit dieser Zwang zu mehr Leistung frisst und ob du bald schon eine lebende Leiche bist. Für jeden, der auch dann noch ein Begleiter ist, wenn ein Mensch, der ihn braucht, wirklich in der Scheiße sitzt. Für jeden, der sich grad hier wieder erkennt, du bist ein großartiger, wunderschöner, liebenswerter Mensch. Dieser Track ist für alle meine Kämpfer und Kämpferinnen. Macht euch bewusst, dass wir wunderschöne Menschen sind. Schreibt es so laut, bis du es selbst auch begreifst. Nichts ist so schön wie ein rebellischer Geist. Dieser Track ist für alle meine Kämpfer und Kämpferinnen. Macht euch bewusst, dass wir wunderschöne Menschen sind. Schreibt es so laut, bis du es selbst auch begreifst. Nichts ist so schön wie ein rebellischer Geist.
No. Yo me muevo.
Für die Menschen, die noch kämpfen gehen, auf Demos hinter Transparenten stehen, auch wenn die Cops schon die Knüppel in die Hände nehmen. Für die, die stempeln gehen, Writer, die noch an Wände gehen, alle die, die illegalisiert in anderen Ländern leben. Für die Menschen, die noch aufmucken, anstatt sich hier anzupassen. Für die ganzen anonymen Massen, die ausgebeutet 1000 Träume aufgegeben haben, aber ausgerechnet einen weiter auszuleben wagen. Für die sozialistische Revolution, für verdammt nochmal alle, die die Erde hier bewohnen. Für die, die es schaffen, noch die Menschheit zu lieben und in ihren Herzen keine Grenzen zu ziehen, außer eine. Denn die Mächtigen hassen es, Bedingung zur Befreiung der entrechteten Klassen, für Alternativen zu der herrschenden Moral, für die Freiheit und das Leben ohne Krieg und Kapital. Dieser Track ist für alle meine Kämpfer und Kämpferinnen. Macht euch bewusst, dass wir wunderschöne Menschen sind. Schreibt es so laut, bis du es selbst auch begreifst. Nichts ist so schön wie ein rebellischer Geist. Dieser Track ist für alle meine Kämpfer und Kämpferinnen. Macht euch bewusst, dass wir wunderschöne Menschen sind. Schreibt es so laut, bis du es selbst auch begreifst. Nichts ist so schön wie ein rebellischer Geist.
One moment.
No sabemos si nos estáis oyendo. Ahora sí.
Okay, so we're at the beach in Malgrat de Mar, at the site of where the monument is going to be put.
Estamos en la playa de Malgrat de Mar, enfrente de donde va a ser colocado el monumento.
The reason that we're here is for some moments of reflection.
Estamos aquí para tomarnos un momento de reflexión.
Because if you look out there at the structure that you see, the Polona it's called, if you come this way a little bit, that's exactly where the Ciudad de Barcelona sank.
Justamente, si miramos aquí, este es el tramo donde el barco Ciudad de Barcelona se hundió.
We're just going to very quickly maybe tell some of the
Sí.
story about what happened on the day.
Los brigadistas solían venir atravesando los Pirineos, pero algunos de ellos venían por vía marítima. Y entonces había un barco en Ciudad de Barcelona que hacía numerosos trayectos de Marsella a Valencia y también llegaba hasta esta costa. Y entonces,
Yeah, so many of the brigadistas came over the Pyrenees, but also many of them had to come by sea. So they came, the Ciudad de Barcelona, the ship, came from Marseille on its way to Valencia.
Y Ciudad de Barcelona pues solía transportar a muchos voluntarios que eran futuros brigadistas. Y entonces aquí, como ha dicho Rob, se hundió el barco Ciudad de Barcelona. Los habitantes de Malgrat de Mar que estaban en la costa, algunos de ellos pudieron ver y rescatar alrededor de unos 100, ¿no? They could save.
Yeah, so when the ship was sinking, a lot of the local fishermen came out to try and save the brigadistas. But it's quite important to understand that these brigadistas were coming clandestinely from their countries. They didn't speak Spanish or Catalan.
Exacto, es muy importante recordar que estas personas venían voluntariamente a luchar contra el fascismo aquí a nuestro país y venían sin hablar el idioma de aquí, ni el local, el catalán, el castellano, nada.
And they hadn't yet entered the war. They hadn't yet entered the civil war.
Y vinieron aquí en el momento más duro de la Guerra Civil.
So approximately this hour, approximately now, 84 years ago,
Aproximadamente sobre esta hora, por eso estamos aquí ahora,
the first torpedo,
el primer torpedo italiano,
an Italian ship that Mussolini had given to Franco's war machine.
exacto, importante destacar que eran torpedos enviados por Mussolini, el pueblo italiano.
The first torpedo missed.
Exacto, el primero.
And it was on the beach at Lloret de Mar, the next town up. The first torpedo hit the beach, the playa.
Sí, el primer torpedo fue a la playa.
And so they were maybe aware that something was happening. So they came close to the sea. They came close to the shore.
Ellos fueron conscientes y vinieron cerca del mar, cerca de la playa.
And then again, around 3 o'clock, the torpedo hit.
Y sobre las 3 el torpedo golpeó en Ciudad de Barcelona.
And very, very quickly, the ship began to sink.
Muy rápidamente el barco empezó a hundirse.
So on board there was 250, 300 brigadistas. We don't know for sure.
No es oficial, pero cerca de unos 250 aproximadamente brigadistas.
We've confirmed that 46 died that day. We know for sure.
Sí, se confirma que alrededor de unos 46 murieron.
And we know that 121 survived.
Y unos 120 más o menos aproximadamente sobrevivieron.
But there's a lot of people who died that day we know nothing about.
Hay mucha gente que no se sabe.
Because the records are very difficult to find, and it's taken the historians a lot of work to find out that bit of information.
Sí, de hecho es una historia viva, no está cerrada, se investiga porque hay personas que no se sabe qué ocurrió con ellas.
So probably one of the most important things was, as the ship was sinking, many reports heard the men singing the Internationale as the ship went down.
Es una cosa destacada que mientras el barco se estaba hundiendo, los brigadistas que murieron cantando la Internacional.
And that was an inspiration behind the monument and also the name of this festival, Sing por Solidarity.
Y esta historia que os hemos contado es lo que ha inspirado este monumento que va a estar aquí colocado enfrente del mar, el monumento homenaje a las brigadas internacionales que iban en el barco Ciudad de Barcelona, y esta historia es la que ha inspirado también este festival.
It's why we have 6 choirs singing at this festival.
Por eso tenemos a 6 coros, sí, cantando en este festival.
And lots of other musicians, because that singing that those men did in those final moments is horrific, but it's also romantic, but more importantly, it's super powerful.
Y es por eso también que hay mucha música en este festival. Queremos que haya muchas manifestaciones artísticas, pero de alguna manera que haya mucha música presente es una idea romántica por esta historia que os hemos contado y que estos brigadistas murieron cantando.
So I think you have to remember that it's a political story, but it's a human story.
Sí, es una historia política, pero es una historia humana y es muy importante remarcar específicamente hoy en día que estas personas de diferentes ideologías, evidentemente todos ideologías de izquierdas, pero de muchas diferentes sensibilidades, vinieron a nuestro país para luchar con una causa en común, para luchar contra el fascismo.
All these people had families.
Toda esa gente tenía familias.
And this history is their personal history.
Tenían una vida, tenían unos proyectos de vida que interrumpieron para venir aquí.
Yeah, and we're going to have this moment of reflection because I came here a couple of years ago with the Newman family.
Sí, queríamos aprovechar este momento de reflexión para contar también que Rob vino aquí hace 2 años con los familiares de uno de estos brigadistas.
And we just sat on the beach in quiet.
Y ellos se sentaron aquí delante del mar en silencio para pensar.
Because it's easy to forget when we're doing all this music and all this kind of celebration, if you like, that this is people's lives.
Sí, porque a veces en medio de la vorágine del festival, con la música, el arte, nos olvidamos de las vidas de esas personas, que esas personas perdieron su vida.
And I think we have to remember that the International Brigadistas in total, but also on the Ciudad de Barcelona, why did they give their lives to this cause?
Queremos recordar a los brigadistas internacionales en su totalidad, pero específicamente a los de Ciudad de Barcelona, que perdieron su vida.
And we ask the students this. I ask when I go into the schools, I say to the students, why did they come to your country?
Cuando Rob va a algunas de las escuelas, de los institutos, a hablar con los estudiantes, les pregunta ¿por qué vino aquí el barco Ciudad de Barcelona?
And the reason is that they understood that the social struggles that were taking place in their own country was linked to the fight against stopping fascism.
Y ellos entienden que hubo una lucha aquí en el país, y sobre todo una lucha para intentar derrocar el fascismo.
And we have to remember that today, don't we? When we're struggling for women's rights, or we're struggling, against authoritarianism, we're struggling in the same way as they were struggling.
Nosotros intentamos luchar por los derechos humanos, por los derechos de las mujeres, de alguna manera inspirados en esta lucha que llevaron a cabo los brigadistas.
Yeah, they were struggling for freedom, they were struggling for socialism, they were struggling for a future for their families, but they were struggling internationally for everybody.
Lucharon por la libertad, lucharon por los derechos humanos, lucharon contra el fascismo, pero es muy importante recordar que lucharon internacionalmente.
And that's why Solidarity Park is international.
Y es por eso que Solidarity Park es internacional.
Okay, so we've got something special for you now. We've got, as we've told you before, lots of students have been involved in this project.
Es muy... Vale, nos están haciendo señales porque estamos en directo. Es muy importante recordar que hemos involucrado a los estudiantes en este proyecto.
Okay, so we're going to play you a poem that they've recorded in Lorette, where the first torpedo landed, and from the beach here. So, Jonas, send it out, and we'll see you in a minute.
Sí, quería simplemente traducir lo que decía Rob, que como os decíamos, nosotros hemos querido involucrar a los estudiantes porque la memoria histórica tiene que llegar a hacernos reflexionar a todos, a las generaciones más jóvenes, a hacer una conexión intergeneracional. Y ahora, por ese motivo, vais a ver un poema que han grabado algunos estudiantes y que es un poema dedicado a las brigadas internacionales.
Yeah, and it's important that the students do this video because we've talked earlier So we talked earlier about the students' involvement, and for that reason, for them to do the poem and to give the sentiment, I think is important, no?
Es muy importante porque estamos ahora en unos momentos en el que, como decíamos antes, el fascismo vuelve a crecer en todo el mundo. Por eso debemos tomar estos actos que hicieron, por ejemplo, los brigadistas como actos inspiracionales en esta lucha contra el fascismo. Porque decíamos antes que la memoria histórica no es melancolía, no es un acto de melancolía, sino es un ejercicio de reflexión, de reflexionar hoy día de dónde venimos y hacia dónde queremos ir.
Okay, so we'll see you shortly after the poem. We hope we see you soon.
Ahora sí, vamos con el poema.
Yeah.
Nearing land, we heard the cry of girls.
En acostar-nos a terra, vam sentir els crits de les gavines.
Saw their shadow in the sunlight on topmost desk.
Vam veure les ombres lluminoses a la coberta més alta.
Or coasting unconsiderate on each wave crest. They rested. I com volaven tranquil·les sobre la cresta de les muntanyes. After the scavenging, scudding, the ship's length. Descansaven després de la recerca i planaven al voltant del vaixell.
And we thought of the albatros, an old man going crazy.
Vam pensar en l'albatros, un home gran que perd el cap.
His world, an immenseness of water, none of it to drink.
El seu món, una immensitat d'aigua que no es pot veure.
And the vultures descending on an Ethiopian plain. I els voltors baixaven en una planura etiòpica. All of us were in the living corpse, powerless, bleeding. I tots nosaltres érem el seu cos en vida. Indefensos, sagnant.
And suddenly the shock, we felt the boat shiver.
I tot d'una, la commoció, vam sentir el sotrac del vaixell.
I turned to Oliver, saw his eyes wide open.
Vaig mirar l'Oliver i vaig veure com els seus ulls s'engrandien.
Stare past the high rails, waiting.
Miràvem fixes, més enllà de la brana, esperant.
Others stumbled past us, and suddenly the explosion.
D'altres ens sopagaven prop nostre, i de sobte, l'explosió.
Many 20 languages cried out to comrades.
En 20 idiomes els homes cridaven als seus companys.
As the blast tore the ship on the water like lava.
Mentre l'impacte esbarlava el vaixell i l'aigua com si fos lava. Plunged rode hard, crushing metals and flesh before it.
Entrava dins del buc, aixafant el metall i la carn.
Splinters cabins. The sleepers caused incursions.
Estallant les cabines, atrapant els qui dormien sense avisar. Melted we searched for companions, but lost them.
Encordats, buscàvem els companys però els perdíem.
In turmoil of faces swept towards the lifeboats.
En el desgavell de rostres empesos perses salvavides.
And so it was useless, too many were crowding them. Van veure que era inútil, massa gent els empenyia. Oliver dived, I followed him praying. L'Oliver es va capbussar, jo el vaig seguir suplicant.
In the water, the swift swell hid for a moment. L'aigua va cessar el sacseig. Es va aturar un instant. Oliver swimming, strongly, away from me.
I l'Oliver nadava, amb força, allunyant-se del meu costat.
Then his voice calmly, Hugh kept his head above.
La seva veu, amb calma, aguanta el cap fora de l'aigua.
We helped save drawing men, kept him afloat until.
Vam ajudar un home que soterrava, el vam sostenir.
Doris approached. Looking backward, we saw.
Arribaran les llances, mirant enrere ballarem.
The pro hid in air, and Carlos unconcerned.
La proa que s'enlirava i el Carlos sense patir.
throwing fresh bells to the tired swimmers.
Que llançava cordes als nedadors ja esgotats.
Steam, flame cried toward him, but he remained absorbed.
El vapor i les flames se li acostaran, però ell estava absort.
On shore, later, 100 of us gone.
A la riba més tard, som un centenari menys.
We're too weak to weep for them, to listen to.
I estem massa febles per plorar-los, per sentir.
Consoling words, we're too tired.
Paraules de consol, estem massa cansats.
To return the grave smiles of verse-screen people.
Per retornar el somriure greu dels salvadors.
Too drained, sorrow can never be the word.
Massa esgotats, la pena no pot esdevenir la paraula.
But beyond the numbness, the vivid faces,
Però, més enllà de l'abatiment, les cares vives
of comrades burn in our brains their songs.
dels nostres companys ens cremen el cervell.
In quiet French villages, their American laughter.
Les seves cançons als tranquils pobles francesos, les rialles americanes.
Turn up responding muscles in our lips.
Ens estiren els músculs que responen des dels llavis.
Shout against ears that have heard their voices living.
Criden contra orelles que han sentit la seva veu en vida.
Fingers convulsive from fists, teeth.
Els dits, tremolant, formen punys, les dents.
Great now, audibly, we stifle curses.
Ara grinyolen, se senten, reprimim malediccions.
Thought but unuttered, while many grieve.
Pensades però no dites, mentre molts queden afligits.
The hands reach outward, fingers extended.
Les mans s'allarguen cap a fora, amb els dits estesos.
The image automatic, ready for rifles.
Imatge automàtica, a punt per als fusells.
Until night brings us sleep and dreams.
Fins que la nit ens porta el son i somnis.
Of violent death by drowning, dreams.
D'una mort violenta per ofegament, somnis.
Of journey, slow advances through vineyards.
De viatge, avançant lentament per unes vinyes.
Seeking cover in wheat fields, finding always.
Buscant refugi pels camps de blat, trobant sempre.
The fascist face behind the olive tree.
El rostre feixista darrere l'oliver.
Wow. So I hope you enjoyed the poem. Me gusta que tu disfrutes el poema. Ahora tienes un tren. Tienes poco tiempo para reflexión. Now we want to have some time for reflection. You know, we're going to be a couple of minutes now. We're going to carry on live, but we want you to think. Ahora nosotros vamos para 2 minutos. ¿Quieres tú pensar con este tema? Okay, so stay with us.
Little more than a month before the eruption of the Spanish Civil War, a riot had broken out in the small town of Tanapandi in the industrialised coal mining region of South Wales as thousands of anti-fascist demonstrators clashed with fascists and police. 37 anti-fascists were summoned to court as a result. 28-year-old Harry Dobson would receive a 6-month prison sentence for his participation. He was an active union member and campaigner for unemployed workers. The question, "How do I get to Spain?" asked by Dobson on his release has since become legendary, as has the sinking of the Ciudad de Barcelona, which Dobson, with a handful of other volunteers from Wales, would be lucky enough to survive. By December 1936, the Communist International had begun funneling volunteers into Spain. One of the first points of call for volunteers from South Wales was in the Welsh capital city, Cardiff, where volunteers would have preliminary interviews regarding eligibility. Following a declaration by the British government in January 1937, recruiting or volunteering for the Spanish Civil War became illegal. The clandestine operation now involved entering a left-wing bookshop in Cardiff, where the shop's manager would secretly supply the train fare for the travel to London. In London, volunteers would undergo further interviews and checks in the headquarters of the Communist Party of Britain. Successful volunteers were given money to purchase weekend tickets to Paris, which did not require a passport, though police and border officials would often prevent volunteers from making the journey. Those who were able to successfully dodge interrogation by the British Special Branch would gather at Victoria train station. From here they would travel on a new international boat train to Paris-Gare du Nord. Despite the supposed intention of secrecy, the excitement of the journey would occasionally spill over into revelry, with renditions of the Internationale sung by volunteers as they sailed for Dunkirk. Once in Paris, volunteers had been instructed to go to Place de Combat, a plaza where the French Communist Party headquarters remains to this day. The French Communist Party was the main organisational body moving volunteers into Spain, giving final medical checks before sending volunteers to the French border. From the Gare d'Austerlitz, volunteers would travel south through France by train before preparing to make the crossing over the Pyrenees to finally join the International Brigades. The last resting point for volunteers before making the difficult journey over the mountain range was the city of Perpignan, where one Welsh volunteer described as the starting point of his adventure of getting into Spain. Alan Williams arrived at Perpignan train station in January 1937 with a group of several other volunteers of whom Williams was in charge, when they were confronted by French police. The group was dragged in front of a magistrate, but Williams was able to avoid the vagrancy charges given to the other volunteers, as he was in possession of the money given to the group by the Communist Party. After a period in Marseille attempting to reach Spain, Williams conceded defeat and was forced to return to the UK. The experience did not deter Alan Williams, who immediately attempted the journey once more. This time Williams ended up in Bordeaux. The blockade of Spanish ports by nationalist and Italian warships and the eventual fall of the Basque region made the journey over the Bay of Biscay impossible. Instead, Williams once again found himself in Marseille, where he joined hundreds of international volunteers on board the Ciudad de Barcelona. Williams was luckily uninjured when the ship was hit by the torpedo and had jumped overboard as it quickly began to sink. Williams would be in the company of several other Welshmen known to have survived the incident: Harry Dobson, Alwyn Skinner, Emlyn Lloyd and Ron Brown. In his memoir and interview in the Imperial War Museum archives, Alan Williams describes the kindness shown to him and other survivors by the inhabitants of Malgrat de Mar who'd rescued survivors from the water. There was some surprise from survivors to learn that inhabitants of the fishing community were anarchists, as volunteers had been led to understand that the anarchists would likely shoot volunteers affiliated with the communists. From Malgrat de Mar, the volunteers were transported to Barcelona, where they would spend some days in the Karl Marx barracks conducting basic training and being paraded to the public. The next stage of the journey was a slow 500-kilometre train ride to the International Brigaders headquarters in Albacete. Here, Alan Williams became separated from his compatriots and was thrown into action as the medic with the German Thälmann Battalion of the 11th International Brigade, who had dug in on the Jarama front. On Harry Dobson's arrival to the British battalion base in the small village of Madrigueras, he recounted the story of the sinking of the Ciudad de Barcelona, causing much sadness amongst the British volunteers. Around the time of the group's arrival, the British battalion were being pulled out of the Jarama front, where the battle to defend Madrid from nationalist encirclement had ground to a stalemate following near annihilation of the battalion in the first few days of the Battle of Jarama. The first major action for the Welsh survivors of the Ciudad de Barcelona was in a Republican offensive on the village of Villanueva de la Canada during the Battle of Brunete. After a day of fighting, the British moved into the village at dusk. Villagers began to emerge, and as the battalion was allowing them through, it came under fire from nationalist soldiers using the villagers as human shields. The British were forced to return fire, resulting in heavy civilian casualties, though the village was captured by midnight. Childhood friend of Alan Manai Williams, Billy Davis, whose presence in Spain had influenced Williams's decision to volunteer, was killed during this horrific incident. The next day, the battalion was moved to a nearby valley to attack a hill known as Mosquito Ridge, where it spent the next several days making multiple attempts to take nationalist positions. At Alan Manai Williams's dressing station at the foot of Mosquito Ridge, dozens of wounded men lay in the dry riverbed, desperately calling out to him for water. A volunteer with Williams had noticed water leaking from a nearby pipe. Despite warnings that the location was under fire, the man was killed attempting to retrieve water for the thirsty men. Harry Dobson and Alan Manai Williams were both wounded during the battle, which would eventually end in defeat for the Republic, forcing the entire 15th International Brigade into retreat. In August 1937, the Republican Army launched an attack to take the city of Zaragoza. The British battalion was sent into action in the small town of Belchite, 40 kilometers south of the Republican objective. Descriptions of the battle are of utter destruction, as nationalist-occupied buildings were set on fire during brutal house-to-house fighting. In an account by Alan Manai Williams, a nationalist soldier was brought to him who was so badly burnt that he agreed to be shot to be relieved of his pain. The 15th International Brigade successfully managed to take the town, but by the end of the attack, Belchite was left in complete ruins. The Republic failed to reach Zaragoza by the late summer and early autumn of 1937, with very little to show except death and destruction. On Christmas Eve, the British received news that the Republic had captured the town of Teruel, an achievement that was celebrated as a great victory. The defence of Teruel lasted until mid-February and cost many lives. The international brigades would endure freezing cold, blizzard-like conditions and intense bombardment throughout the battle. After the fall of Teruel, Alwyn Skinner, survivor of the Ciudad de Barcelona, would write his last letter home. Whether he was killed or wounded is unclear, but it is speculated that he may have been the victim of a political killing due to some connection or ideological alignment with the anarchists. The loss of Teruel would mark the beginning of a downward spiral in the course of the war, as the Nationalist Army launched a massive offensive into Catalonia. Following a long series of retreats, the battalion had fallen back west into Aragon to the town of Castellano in order to support the defence against the onrushing Nationalist Army. Disaster struck early in the morning as the battalion unexpectedly came face to face with a massive Nationalist force, which sent it into chaos, with many killed or captured. Harry Dobson was with a group that strayed into Nationalist lines but managed to evade capture by hiding out in the house of a Republican sympathiser. The group had to fight their way past the Nationalist front line before swimming across the Ebro River to safety. The Republican Army had retreated across the Ebro, where it gradually regained strength until late July when it launched its biggest offensive of the war. Following the first few days of the battle, the British battalion were involved in another doomed attack, this time on the outskirts of the town of Gandesa. One of those killed was Harry Dobson, who was fatally wounded during one of the attacks. Alan Manai Williams witnessed the incident as he stood talking with Dobson, who suddenly dropped to the floor. Williams judged Dobson to be dead by the severity of his wounds, so treated another wounded man instead. Dobson had, in fact, still been alive, but tragically the lack of stretchers meant that he lay dying on the battlefield for hours. Harry Dobson would eventually arrive at a field hospital built into a large cave where he underwent a surgical operation and was given blood transfusions, a new technique for the time. Coincidentally, a British politician who was familiar with Dobson was in the hospital and recognised him from an election in South Wales. She sat next to him and comforted him throughout the night as he quietly died from his wounds. While fighting continued around Gandesa, the battalion suffered through hell on earth during the non-stop bombardments for days on end in savage heat on the rocky summit of Hill 666. Around this period, Ciudad de Barcelona survivor Emlyn Lloyd was badly injured, taking him out of any further fighting. Another South Wales volunteer was killed in one of the bombardments, but with no soil to dig, Alan Williams, together with 2 other Welsh volunteers, could only place the man's body in a small crevice and cover it with stones, leaving him there to rest. The mandatory repatriation of all international volunteers was announced suddenly by the Spanish Republic in late September, though the International Brigades would participate in one last defence to allow for troops to be brought forward to the front. Tragically, it would be one of the bloodiest actions of the war. The British battalion held their positions for as long as possible, but eventually it was completely overrun, resulting in 200 volunteers killed, wounded or missing over the battalion's last 3 days of combat. In late October, all international volunteers were transported to Barcelona for a large farewell parade in their honour. The 305 remaining men of the British battalion were given the right of the line in the procession, and Alan Williams had the honour of being battalion standard bearer. The parade ended in Plaza de Francesc Macià, where the volunteers were addressed by the President and Prime Minister of Spain before La Pasionaria famously made her farewell speech to the International Brigades.
It was September 36, and the party men did say, there's a call for volunteers for Spain, we're bound to march away. For the Lancashire lads are going abroad, a victory for to gain, to hoist the flag of freedom high across the coast of Spain.
'Twas on a Monday morning, the orders came around for the gallant lads of Lancashire to fight on Spanish ground.
For the Lancashire lads are going abroad, a victory for to gain, to hoist the flag of freedom high across the coast of Spain. To the Free Trade Hall in Manchester, more came there every day. They came because their open eyes could see no other way. For the Lancashire lads are going abroad, a victory for to gain, to hoist the flag of freedom high across the coast of Spain.
Sam Wilde was there amongst them all, that Maskey signed up to, and the Booths and Browns and Bensons came to join that swelling crew.
For the Lancashire lads are going abroad, a victory for to gain, to hoist the flag of freedom high across the coast of Spain. Arnold Jeans and Maurice Levy, Ralph Cantor and a reward, and the lads from Oldham and Salford
Spriggy!
Spriggy!
Get the chasseurs up here!
Lads are going abroad,
Spriggy!
victory for
Here they
to
come!
gain, to hoist the
Spriggy!
flag of freedom high across the
Spriggy!
coast of Spain.
Mercy's doctors they came to help to ease the pain, to tend the wounds of those that fell so they could fight again.
For the Lancashire lads are going abroad, a victory for to gain, to hoist the flag of freedom high across the coast of Spain.
You can tell my lovely sweetheart that I send her all my love. You can tell her that I love her more than all the stars above. tell her my broken body lies where the Harama River flows, where the Spanish guns still flash and the workers' army goes. And beside the river where I lie, the rose will bloom again. Your broken heart, it need not sigh with loss and so much pain. Though your grief is overpowering, there's one thing you can be sure. While I perished, we will prevail, and peace will last forevermore. Oh, well, I do remember her farewell kiss to me, and she said, show Spanish workers true solidarity. She told me not to falter when the fascist guns do roar. Fight for freedom and democracy, for peace and no more war. And beside the river where I lie, the rose will bloom again. Your broken heart, it need not sigh with loss and so much pain.
My name is Josh Freeman. I'm here with my sister Rebecca. Our uncle, Jack Freeman, was a member of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade and a survivor of the torpedoing of the city of Barcelona. He was later killed in Spain near Corbera d'Ebre in September 1938, shortly before the International Brigades were withdrawn. This painting, done by a refugee Spanish artist, is based on a photograph that I'll show you in a moment. This is a memorial wall with some posters that you may find familiar. And this is the photograph on which the painting was based. It's part of a memorial that was done for my uncle. These are two drawings that were done by the artist of my uncle, largely based on my father, who was 14 years old at the time.
Hola, me llamo Rebecca Freeman, and I wanted to present to you a print that I made that is called Venís desde muy lejos, and it represents two images, and one is of the people who betray their people and their country, and that's represented by Antenor in the lower corner. And Antenor betrayed Troy to the Greeks, and also represented here are Quisling, the Vichy government, Benedict Arnold. In the upper area, I chose to use an image of my uncle, Jack Freeman, who, as a teenager, decided to join as an international brigadista in the Spanish Civil War in the fight against fascism, with others who hoped to prevent the spread of fascism and Nazism throughout Europe. Jack was killed in the war in 1938 near Corbera, Spain. And surrounding him are others who would give up their lives to try and save their people and their country.
Hello, I'm Rob McDonald, and I am going to today interview two cousins, two nieces of the brigadist Sydney Scholstek, Elaine and Wendy. Hi, guys. Are you there?
Hello there. Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
Hi, Wendy. Hi, Luke. Okay, then. So first of all, before we get onto Sydney and his story as the International Brigadista on the Ciudad de Barcelona, why don't you, in turn, just say a little bit about who you are? Maybe we start with Wendy. You give the listeners a little bit of an idea of who you are.
Well, I, like my uncle, have traveled around the world and ended up made my way home in Wales, in Caerphilly. But as a hospital artist, the job I got was as a hospital artist, and that sort of connected with my connection with Spain in a sense, because when I met Ray, my husband, he discovered to his delight that he was also related to a brigadista, and we put together a monument in Cardiff to the memory of those who defended Spain and the Spanish democracy. And it was a great privilege to meet so many brigadistas who were still alive in the 80s and 90s. That was absolutely brilliant. I feel like our lives have all been interwoven, and it's been a really important part of my sort of political education, and so to meet those people.
Cool. So, Elaine, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So, yeah, we're sisters. Wendy was born in Britain, and we separated when she was 11. She went off into the West Indies, and I stayed in the States. So that's why I have an American accent, and she has a British accent. And I worked in water pollution control until I retired. But I would come over here being Cardiff, to be with Wendy, because it's so vital here. People have a sense of their own past and living history, and they remember things from the 1700s, and we just have this wiping out of history in the States, especially in my family, because of the danger of the 50s and the things that happened to us. So I was always proud of my Uncle Sidney. It was always this kind of very exciting and slightly maybe illegal person in my childhood that was always present and in my family, even though we couldn't talk about him.
Interesting. So you're talking about like the 50s MacArthur era and all that kind of stuff, and and as a young girl, seeing that in your family, but having this sort of this dark history, if you like. It's not dark, obviously, in our opinion. But interesting. Interesting.
Should I tell you a little about that?
Yeah. Tell. I mean, it's interesting.
So I would have been 5, 6, 7 years old, and I would ask my mom questions about where her family came from. And that would have been Latvia, I suppose, and pogroms, or about my Uncle Sidney, who was mentioned, but mostly not. And she'd say, we don't want to talk about that. And it's because there was an anti-communist purge in my father's workplace. And because my Uncle Sidney was a communist, my father's job was endangered. And I really have a feeling that the FBI came to the door. I'm not sure it actually happened, but I do know that there was lots of inquiries about it, and everybody just clamped down on the information and never talked about it. So that when Wendy said later that Sidney's memories and possessions and things had been found, essentially in a trash can and saved, it was really exciting for me to resurrect. Because even though there was silence, my family was still progressive. As much as, reading The Nation magazine, supporting civil rights, but not able to actually, and talking about it at the table, arguing, but not able to publicly support it.
Yeah. I mean, we'll get onto Sydney a little bit in a bit, and he obviously was a communist and an activist and a trade unionist. But your father wasn't. You're saying, but they were political in general, but they didn't.
American liberal, I suppose, but always not the same as British liberal. No. But like, for instance, Mom would always stand up against racism, at whatever level. She might not have said that she was Jewish, but if she heard something racist, she would immediately call people out. And I thought, I think that was a really valuable. That was obviously, really strong lesson to learn. Yeah, and the music that we were raised on was Pete Seeger and the Wobblies,
Yeah, so it was politics, but you know, it was kept because of the era that the 50s were in the US. You had to be quiet, you know, otherwise you'd lose your job or you'd be chased down or there'd be a knock on the door. This kind of repression.
Well, Sydney's best friend, in a sense, was his cousin, who is my mother's cousin. Is that right? Yes, yeah, my mother's cousin as well, obviously, who was a communist and had to change his job every year. And his wife had so many stories about the FBI, you know, following the car, tapping the phone, thinking that the order for Polish sausage was actually a code for something, when in fact it was an order for Polish sausage.
Tell about our cousin Sydney and her experience in Mexico.
So that cousin's daughter then was named Sydney after Sydney, and the family had to. So this is complicated. The second wife became the partner of this guy who was into gadgets. Tried to sell this surveillance gadget to the States, was refused, and then took it to the Russians. And so they had to flee to Mexico, taking Sydney with them. And in the dead of night, there was a raid, and her parents were taken off, leaving this 10-year-old with her 3-year-old brother alone in the house by the FBI. So that must have been when was that, in the 60s?
Right. So we're talking here, which is actually it's a very interesting subject. We're going to get onto the history in Sydney and his past, but actually this is the aftermath, you know, that faced a lot of the International Brigadistas when they came back to the States, you know, and other countries, but particularly in the US. And it's also something that's not really known. We celebrate them now as these working class heroes, but actually not only do they struggle in a war, but actually when they got back, their lives were crushed in many ways. So let's talk about Sydney a little bit, shall we? I mean, what can you tell me about his life before coming to Spain?
Well, he was the middle child. My mother's was the youngest child of 3, and his parents had fled the pogroms in Russia. So they must have had some stories, but he never knew his grandfather because he was murdered in the pogroms. So they made a new life in Newark, New Jersey, and then New York. But they also had connections with Argentina. But anyway, Sydney's father was a house painter, and so I believe he would have taken Sydney with him on some of these jobs. I know he took his other son with him. And they were on the May Day parade in New York, and I gather that Sydney was fairly argumentative and would get into political debates with some of the people whose houses they were painting. But he was a very good athlete and hiker, and he was in the hiking club that his brother and my mother were in. A photographer. He took his own, photographs, developed them. And I think he was the youngest Teamsters union leader at 23. And he hired a plane during the laundry workers' strike in Washington to drop leaflets on the city from this airplane. So he had been really active before he got to Spain.
Wow, that's interesting. I mean, I come from a construction background myself, so I know about painter and decorators, and I know about arguments on building sites. So he was he was a painter and decorator, or an outside house painter. What kind is it, or is it just generally known?
Not sure.
I thought he was a paper hanger.
Okay.
This is Grandpa, Sydney's father.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, and so he was a president of the Teamsters Union at 23.
Secretary of the Teamsters chapter in Washington. Yeah.
Okay, that's something. So he knew about struggle, and he knew about working class struggle and these kind of things. I mean, I guess these are the reasons he came to Spain. Do you know much more about his reasoning, his logic about why he wanted to come to the Spanish Civil War?
Well, I mean, there's 3 pages of his diary left, and there's a few letters that he sent to my mother's cousin, in which he's very clear that if that fight was not won in Spain, they would be next. It would turn into this global conflict, and of course he was right. That's what happened.
Do you know what I mean? Politicized him personally, you know, because there's lots of people that come from political families who just take a passing interest and have a political view, but they don't become, you know, they don't become secretaries of important unions, and they don't get on ships and fight in civil wars. Do you have any idea what his spark was for being such a radical?
I think I mean, he was a great reader, wasn't he? In spite of the fact that, I mean, his father would have had an absolutely minimal, you know, primary education. He graduated from high school, but he in the photograph of him, he's got a gun in one hand and a book in the other.
Okay, that's quite symbolic, isn't it? Let's be honest.
I think so. I don't know the answer to that though, because we never, of course, nobody talked about him.
I mean, do you know much about how he actually signed up, how he actually got himself over there, and the story of his travel? Is there anything much known about that?
There's a newspaper article in the Washington paper at the time of his death, and it described how his mother was distraught, but that he told her that he was going to Paris, and gave her this story on holiday. And when he asked my mother what did she want him to bring back, and she said, nothing, just bring yourself back. So it was almost as if she had some premonition.
Yeah, maybe she knew, eh?
Possibly.
I mean, a lot of the brigadistas did the different stories that I've read, and particularly the ones of the Ciudad de Barcelona brigadistas. They often met in Paris and then traveled in different pairs and groupings, and then they met up in Marseille. But I think also some of them, in other stories I've read, at least, they were planning to not go by ship, but the border had actually been shut, and therefore they found themselves on the Ciudad de Barcelona. I mean, that's as I understand it. Is there any more to the story that you know?
Wendy, talk about going over the mountain.
Oh, that was, we were following the route of some of the other brigadistas from, but Sydney wouldn't have, no, because he would have landed in Malgrat. Well, he would have, you know, he intended to go to elsewhere, but so he wouldn't have gone over the Pyrenees. But there is a photograph of him on the boat, but I believe the photograph we have on the boat is of him crossing from New York.
Okay.
Not in Marseille. So.
And did they travel together from New York, or was that more an individual sort of journey?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. If there were any people who knew him, I don't think he went with anyone, because because he thought he was one of only a handful of survivors. He was a very good swimmer, so he helped save this Sankari, the Finnish journalist, who was sort of overweight and he couldn't swim. So Sydney helped.
This was on the Ciudad de Barcelona. Yeah. This is okay. Yeah. Tell us a little bit more about that story then. So what do you know about his experiences in the Ciudad de Barcelona? Do you know?
Well, he's quite casual about it. It's sort of like, you know, his diary reads quite starkly, doesn't it, Elena? Yeah, I heard that story from a Canadian, I think, who's a researcher, who linked up his story with he was described as a slight American who rescued this journalist from Finland. Yeah, I could.
I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, as horrific as the story is, you know, they are traveling. They haven't even arrived they haven't even arrived yet to the Civil War. They, you know, I read different stories that, you know, some of them were very relaxed, and, you know, some were on the deck and this kind of thing, although they weren't meant to. And, you know, and then bang, within a short space of time, they're in the middle of the Spanish Civil War, you know, and then, you know, and then you're lucky enough to be a good swimmer if you're not, you know, although there was some good swimmers who were lost. And I guess it depended on the situation that you were in when the ship was actually hit by the torpedo.
Yeah, I've got it. The transcription here, and it says all it says is Ciudad de Barcelona torpedoed and sunk by Italian submarines. I swam ashore. President Luis Companys of Catalonia spoke to the survivors, and then he slept in the Carlos Marx barracks. So that's it's not really a personal diary, is it? That's
no, it's a very simple. This is just what happened. I mean, some of the I mean, I interviewed the Freeman family as well, like I'm with you, and one of the things that was in that account was that they couldn't say straight away. They couldn't write their letters about what happened. There was a little bit of sort of clandestine. So a lot of the information we find, you know, is sort of later on, you know, or held back for a little bit, you know. So it's what I mean, as you know, part of the Solidarity Park project has been about unraveling all this history, and it's quite a difficult task, you know, because you got little snippets of here, but when you put them together, you know, you start to understand.
Elaine, isn't it, when we went to on the archaeological dig in Belchite, you think that the history is lost, you think that you'll never find it, that they've buried it, but these little clues enable people to put the story back together again.
Well, tell us about what, I mean, because the Ciudad de Barcelona story is something that's very central to what we're doing here today, but the other thing about this project is to build up this bigger picture, you know. So what happened to Sydney after the sinking? Do you know much about that? Do you know?
Well, the beginning is the Ciudad de Barcelona, and the end is the taking of Belchite in September of 37, when he was shot by a sniper. And so between those two, we've got 3 pages of diary, and Captain the Spanish the American commander, Bob Merriman, mentions Sydney quite a lot because he became his aide. The secretary, the battalion secretary, and was, I think, quite very valued. And he said that he wanted to make sure to keep him in a safe position. So when the city was taken, he put him to accompany the prisoners. But unfortunately, there was a sniper in the tower who shot him. So I think he was very valued, and his like you were saying, he was a working class intellectual, wasn't he, in a sense, and his views he was very secure in his views and very valued in his opinions.
So he basically he survived the Ciudad de Barcelona, and he survived another 4 months. Really, are we talking there? And then so September, more or less 4 or 5 months.
Yes.
Yeah, but we went back to Belchite a couple times, several times, and it was so shocking to me how the presence of the war was so there, because obviously it hadn't been changed, right? It was a policy as a warning or something. So we were there walking through just this dusty ruins, looking into houses, and it was so real, his death. And then later we went on a dig around the area.
Yeah.
You went on an archaeological dig of the okay, because I have also, when I've interviewed other people, they've talked about going to the sites of their family and actually finding still like bullet bits and shrapnel and this kind of stuff. And this does fit with the general story and one of the importance of this project, because there's a lot of, we're only now really it's being talked about properly, and still there's a right and left battle in the Spanish state. You know, it still exists. You know, getting rid of Franco out of the grave, there's still mass graves out there, there's still families of missing people, there's still stories untold. So it's very interesting that when you went on an archaeological thing. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Go ahead, Wynn.
you probably remember the details of finding. So we were doing in rows through this field, sort of looking for artifacts, and all of a sudden somebody reaches down and picks something up, and they said it's an unexploded grenade.
Shit.
So that went into the.
I think for me, the things that were really touching was actually I dug and found a button of somebody's uniform, but every little piece is a little dot that adds together, so they can tell maybe the guy. And in the evenings, the archaeologist would give talks to us, and I was really moved because he said he would go into a village, and the village would come out and say, "Oh, you're here. The grave is over there," and they had been saving it. Nobody was digging it. Nobody was growing crops on it. They were saving it for this moment. And then when he began digging, they'd say, "I want my uncle." And it was like, how can you find your uncle in a mass grave? It was really sad. He said, and we remember the woman who every day goes to the highway and throws out the bouquet where her father was murdered, and then the trucks run over it. But people don't forget.
No.
So that's an interesting point. I mean, do you have a grave for Sidney? Is he known where he is?
In the book American Commander in Spain, they say, and this is where Sidney fell, and this is but who knows where that is? I think isn't it right that they bulldozed a lot of the Belchite, and put all the all the bodies into a pit outside the town, I believe.
I mean, that's quite horrific in itself, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's interesting because while we're piecing this together, we're also talking about the whole legacy of post-Civil War and Franco's legacy, and even the Ciudad de Barcelona itself was raided, because it had brass handles on there, and divers went down, and it's like a desecration of people's graves, and if they even have them, and we don't know many of the people who are on board, even but even the ones we do, their graves are kind of lost. So it's shocking, really, but it reflects. I mean, we talked a little bit about McCarthyism in the US, but also in that same period, a historical memory was tried to be wiped away, which obviously we're struggling to put back on the agenda, which it's difficult. So he doesn't have a grave. I mean, and
but we the family made one. We went up to the walls. We went outside. We said, we're going to decide this is the spot, and we sang. Singing for us is, in fact, a memorial. And so we sang a lot of songs, and we sang Danny Boy, and for me, it was really putting him to rest in a way.
Yeah, that's lovely. I mean, that's really nice. I mean, this singing thing. Let's just touch on that for a second. So, I mean, is there an artistic? I mean, Sidney was his dad was a painter. There's a I think you said you worked as an NHS artist at the beginning. There's singing. I've been with you once when we met in Barcelona, and I couldn't stop you singing, which was lovely. So where does this come from? Is this a family thing? Comes with the politics? Do you think?
Yeah, that's it was. I mean, singing is solidarity, isn't it? I mean, we've said, because Elaine and I, I lead Corcochio and the Reds Choir in Cardiff, and Elaine sings with me, and we're singing, and this guy comes by, and tears are rolling down his face because we're singing his song, whether he's from Iraq or Palestine or Spain or Italy, they recognize that connection through the song.
Yeah. So our grandfather was very, very musical and played harp and flute, and that would be Sidney's father.
Accordion.
And my mother and my father was a musician.
Never forgot his song.
Yeah.
She had hundreds of songs. Yeah.
So actually, we really do upset Wendy's children, because if anybody mentions anything, we start singing a song about it.
Lovely. But I mean, the podcast that I normally do is about arts and class struggle, and I think the two things are, for me, being an artist and a creativity and doing the monument and the politics of the monument are just two parts of the same thing. They're not actually separate. They come from the driving force, just to be a human being and to, you know, and express. And so, yeah, it's interesting that the politics, and particularly with your family, has that. And I guess we don't know what Sydney's view on singing was, whether he was a chirper or not. I mean, how old was he when he was killed?
23.
Yeah, so we're talking about a very young man.
Yeah,
you know. I mean, I think when I was 23, I thought I knew everything, but it's quite obvious now that I knew I didn't. But that's a very young age to pass. I mean, maybe one of the questions I'd like to get into is a little bit, what was the effect of his loss? Because I think it's often, we talk about the politics, we talk about the era, we don't always talk about how did it affect your mother, his little sister? You know, how did it affect his mother, Sydney's mother? You know, what do you know much about? I mean, you talked a little bit, Elaine, before about family not talking about it, but do we know anything about the emotional loss of losing Sydney?
I think it's, sadly enough, it's one of those things where there's this wound inside that doesn't get to be healed. And I think that's true for my mother, who's Sydney's sister, right?
I mean, in a way, it's hard for me to judge it, because the norm for us was not talking. We would sing at the drop of a hat, but we didn't talk. And I'm sure that is related to it in some way. You find that, Elaine?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. So it's almost like a family reflection of actually what was going on in society. You know, it's going on with Franco covering up everything, or, you know, wiping it away. It was going on with McCarthyism trying to wipe it away, and that has a reflection in the lives of a family.
Right. It feels like it's uncaring, but I think it's trauma, which is different. Yeah. So Wendy, tell about finding Sydney's stuff in the garbage.
Okay. Give us.
So Sydney's best friend was his cousin, who worked in, he had lots of odd jobs, and one of them was working, I think, with as a rubbish collection or something. He got a call from his friend. He said, "I think I've got something I think you would really be interested in." What had happened was they cast bronze plaques, which are about 3 foot by 2 foot at least, a very big portraits of a number of brigadistas, including Sydney, and they presented it to our grandparents, who lived by then in a caravan.
So sorry, just to recap so I get a full understanding of this. We're talking about a brig brass plaque.
This is a huge.
Who made it? Who made it?
It was cast in. There probably is a name on it somewhere. It was given. So they couldn't keep. They didn't want. Well, maybe, as you say, the trauma they couldn't keep it. They didn't keep it. They gave it it ended up in the dump, and the man who ran the dump was a friend of Casey, Sydney's cousin, who phoned him up, said, "I've got something here I think you want to have." He rescued it and then gave it to his daughter Sydney, who now has it in San Francisco.
Oh, wow.
But
do you
it's
have a
enormous.
photograph of that?
Yeah.
Please send it, and maybe we'll put it in the notes for people to have a look at, because I think that's so that, I mean, here I am busy making a memorial, and it's interesting because there are ones out there already, you know, and almost lost in the rubbish, which is tragic in a way, but also fantastic that it was found.
Yeah. And so Wendy, his diary was found where?
It must have been picked up on the battlefield. I can't think anywhere else it would have been. It was a small notebook, because there's only like 3 pages of it, which were then transcribed by one of the brigaders typed out, misspelled his name Shastek instead of Shostek, and that's what is in Adelphi University, are these 3 fragile typewritten sheets from the diary. So he was obviously taking notes all the time, as the brigade secretary, and so it must have just been like a little pocket notebook, I think.
Wow. And from that we build a history of somebody.
I mean,
well, one of the final questions I really want to ask you is that, you know, all this history is fascinating, but it's what's the and it's fascinating because it's your family history, and it's fascinating because it's working class history. But I really want to ask you what you think the lessons are of all this. You know, what the lessons of the Spanish War. What is it we should be remembering? What's the important? Why is this important?
That was a really hard one. I mean, I could answer the other questions because they're kind of factual, if you like, but it's like delving into the unknown, I guess. But I talked to my son, who's become totally politicized by Brexit, by the situation in Wales at the moment, and he's seeing societies being atomized, fragmented, individualized. The capitalism does that. It takes away your collective action. And so he's trying to do collective actions to overcome that, in the same way that singing is a collective action that overcomes that isolation. And then, so it's really, I mean, you know, trade unions, they're not what they were. Solidarity is not what it was. Solidarity action is not what it was. And yet we've had, you know, this snowball effect of Extinction Rebellion. And when Ray, my husband, went to Palestine to work with the International Solidarity Movement, he met an Israeli who could speak very little English, but he said, Palestine, no, sorry, he said Spain, 1937, Palestine today. He drew that connection, say, you know, coming out, seeing your struggle, that no one can be free until all are free, seeing your struggle as part of this global connection.
Yeah, I think this internationalism is key, really, to, I mean, the International Brigaders, they are a reflection of that. But today, the struggles like of Black Lives Matter and things like that, how that shot across the world, how when there is a struggle, I mean, I remember what I think it's called the Arab Spring that led to the Indignado movement in Spain, which led to Occupy in the US. There is this era, I mean, and it was always there before this internationalism. When we think it's something new, I think because of the global interconnections, and here we are speaking over the internet, we think that internationalism is something new, but of course it wasn't, was it? It was born, you know, very much as part of the working class socialist struggle of the past. And I think
building each nothing coming out of nowhere, but building on what's been before.
What do you think, Elaine?
For a long time, I was quite angry that he died so young. I mean, he lands in Spain, he gets a little bit of training, he survives a few months and he's dead. And I thought, what a waste, he was just cannon fodder. But I think I've changed my mind since being there and knowing more about him. And now I just have a much more positive feeling that partly it was his youth. Having marched with young people and old people, I'd say the future belongs to the young in some way. And they're going to carry XR forward. They're going to carry Black Lives Matter forward in the same way Sydney did. And I think that I can get over the waste of his death because I can see something bigger now.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to finish it, actually, that the youth, it's the youth that, I mean, to lose somebody so young, yeah, it's terrible. Lots of other wars where it's not worth anything. But in this case, it's an example, you know. So, well, thank you very much for sharing your family history, talking about this important subject, being super supporters of the Solidarity Park project as well. And I look forward to us getting together and having a glass of wine or whatever it is. Hopefully post-COVID around a big monument to Sydney and his comrades.
And thank you for all the work you're doing. Yeah.
Okay, great. Take good care. I'll see you all soon. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye then. Bye-bye.
no justice, no peace. We say no justice, no peace. Racism holds us down so we can't breathe. No justice, no peace. Black lives matter the same as white. We say no justice, no peace. Won't turn back till we make it right. We say no justice, no peace. Racism holds us down so we can't breathe. No justice, no peace. Been down so long, now we've gotta be free. We say no justice, no peace. Don't kneel on my neck, 'cause I can't breathe. We say no justice, no peace. Racism holds us down so we can't breathe. No justice, no peace. Too many dying from COVID-19. We say no justice, no peace. Frontline workers with no PPE. We say no justice, no peace. Racism holds us down so we can't breathe. No justice, no peace. We say no justice, no peace. We say no justice, no peace. Racism holds us down so we can't breathe. No justice, no peace. Our mothers and grandmothers fought for us all. We say no justice, no peace. We'll change this world and the statues will fall. We say no justice, no peace. Racism holds us down so we can't breathe. No justice, no peace. The future belongs to the young today. We say no justice, no peace. They came through us, but they'll find their way. We say no justice, no peace. Racism holds us down so we can't breathe. No justice, no peace. Racism holds us down so we can't breathe. No justice, no peace. Smoke from California drifts to meet us. Greenland's melted glaciers lap the bay. Every choice we make creates a ripple. Yesterday's mistakes flow back to today. How do we deal with this cruel pandemic? There's pandemonium and failure systemic. Lockdown, loss and loneliness. Are we forever changed? How can we come together now in this danger? A touch of carelessness, a cough of a stranger. Grandchild's touch, the hand of a friend could mean our life might end. Smoke from California drifts to meet us. Greenland's melted glaciers lap the bay. Every choice we make creates a ripple. Yesterday's mistakes float back today. How can we raise our voice when song is forbidden? But still we reach across our lonely divisions. Can't stop us creating out of chaos new ways to resist. When lockdown stopped the clocks, we all heard birdsong. When cities emptied out, the blue skies were day long. If we can remember this, we'll live with Earth in peace. Smoke from California drifts to meet us. Greenland's melted glaciers lap the bay. Every choice we make creates a ripple. Step into the sea of change today. Dolphins reappearing in our harbor. City streets of green become an arbor. Waters clear, this grief free for humans, bringing nature back into our lives.
We'll stand up to those bullies of the town. Whether they're called fascists or simply play the clown, we'll stand up to those bullies and we'll bring them down. As we change this world around, round, round, bullies always can be found. As we change this world around, we'll stand up to those bullies and we'll bring them down. Boris and Putin, Trump and Erdogan, Bolsonaro and his mates, the list goes on and on. But Trump was dumped by voters, now he's gone. As we change this world around, round, round, bullies always can be found. As we change this world around, we'll stand up to those bullies and we'll bring them down. Old boys from Eton long for the good old days when the empire's map was coloured red, Britannia ruled the waves, and all the lower orders knew their place. As we change this world around, round, round, bullies always can be found. As we change this world around, we'll stand up to those boys and we'll bring them down. Boris uses Priti Patel as his bully of the class, propped up by COVID's over, I'll take my tracksuit off and cut my hair. When COVID's over, I'll get some new shoes to wear. But when COVID's over, I want a world that's better than before, where there's no homeless sheltering in the door. Lockdown seemed endless, made me cancel my holiday in Spain. And when those airport gates open up once again, ooh, some vaccinated few can fly away to their sunny villa rent. But when COVID's over, I'll be in a tent, staying in a bubble doesn't keep us out of trouble. We're all in this together now. We need to share the vaccine. Hoarding it is obscene and wouldn't save us anyhow. I ate out to help out. Now food banks will be the cruel takeaway. Don't want new normal to end up in this way. No missing your touches. I had to leave your birthday present at the door, 'cause you were too scared to come out anymore. COVID knows no borders, smashed the global order, took my breath away. Like a pane of glass that's broken with each life that has been taken, we'll see our world reflected in a different way.
Hola a todos y todas, me llamo Nuria y soy profesora de inglés en el Instituto Ramon Torró i Darder de Malgrat de Mar. Desde hace un par de años he podido vivir en primera persona el desarrollo del proyecto Solidarity Park junto con Rob. A nuestros alumnos de cuarto de la ESO han participado en este proyecto y gracias a este proyecto han conocido la historia de los brigadistas internacionales y del Ciudad de Barcelona, que se hundió justo delante de la costa de Malgrat de Mar. Ellos han podido explicar historias de los brigadistas y además también han participado en la elaboración conjunta del monumento. Ahora más que nunca es importante resaltar los valores de solidaridad de los brigadistas internacionales y, en mi opinión, creo que es importante que estemos unidos y que nos ayudemos mutuamente. Por ese motivo os dejo con una versión de la canción Lean on Me de Bill Withers, que a mi modo de ver engloba estos valores. Espero que os guste. help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride. If I have things you need to borrow, for no one can feel those of your needs that you don't let you. So just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'd understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. So just hold on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'd understand. We all need somebody to lean on. If there's a load you have to bear that you can't carry, I'm right up the road. I'll share your load if you just call me. Just call me. Just call me if you need a friend. Just call me. Just call me. Just call me. I'll be here for you to lean on me.
Well, welcome back. So we've now 6 hours into the Solidarity Park Festival.
Bienvenidos otra vez. Ya llevamos 6 horas de festival.
And we're starting to feel it, aren't we? We're tired.
Sí, empezamos a estar un poquito cansados.
But we're ready now to party to the end.
Pero vamos ya hacia la fiesta final.
Okay, so where are we? We're at the new Crown and Anchor pub in Malgrat de Mar.
Estamos en este pub inglés de Malgrat de Mar.
Okay, this is where we're going to show a number of concerts and videos for you.
Ahora vamos a mostraros unos cuantos conciertos, unos cuantos shows para vosotros.
Okay, so we hope you've enjoyed everything so far, but we're not going to talk about that.
Esperemos que hayáis disfrutado de estas 6 horas hasta ahora.
Let's talk about what's coming up.
Y hablemos de lo que viene a continuación.
Okay, the first thing that's coming up is Sing in Solidarity.
Lo que viene, la primera parte que viene ahora es Sing in Solidarity, cantar para la solidaridad.
This is a choir from New York.
Un coro desde Nueva York.
And it's really good, so I'm sure you're going to enjoy it.
Hemos visto ya varios coros y este es otro de los tantos coros que han colaborado con nosotros. Es muy bueno.
After that, we have Hanora George.
Después tenemos
Hanora George.
Hanora
I think.
George.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's getting tired. She's from Ireland.
Ella es de Irlanda.
And it's a super brilliant video with songs and music. I think you're gonna love it.
Es un vídeo estupendo con música y canciones. Os va a gustar.
It's one of my favorites. I really like it.
Dice que es uno de sus favoritos.
My personal. Then after that, we changed the flavor a little bit. Uy.
Y después vamos a cambiar un poco de tercio.
We have some jazz.
y vamos a tener un poquito de jazz.
So we hope you enjoy that. It's from a trio from Boston, I think. I'm sorry if I got that wrong,
Es un
Joey.
trío de músicos de Boston, como os hemos dicho, y vamos a tener muchas colaboraciones de artistas de todo el mundo.
After that, I have a personal friend is playing.
Un amigo personal de rock que está
Paul
tocando.
Kilby, known as Paranoid Paul. Paul
Paul.
Paranoid, sorry.
Paul Kilby, que va a hacer un Paranoid Cool.
Yeah, he does the podcast with myself called Outer Space Podcast.
Y luego un podcast de rock.
Jonas, who's in Hamburg, is part of that podcast.
Antes os hemos presentado al equipo y os hemos dicho que estamos hoy todos aquí en Belgrad, pero hay una persona del equipo que está en Hamburgo y Jonas, que él es parte de
So
este
the three of
podcast.
us from the podcast are very much part of this festival.
Y ellos dos forman parte de este podcast.
Why that's important?
Lo que es importante,
Because in the next 10 weeks, this podcast is going to interview people from this festival and from International Brigadista families.
es importante porque este podcast va a estar rodando durante este año y vamos a través de este podcast, vamos a entrevistar a artistas que han participado hoy y también a familiares de brigadistas internacionales.
And different associations that are involved in the project, so that you get to know everybody who's involved.
Diferentes asociaciones y entidades están involucradas en este proyecto.
After that, we have Ben Gallup from the USA again.
Tenemos otro artista de los Estados Unidos,
The other side of the US from Seattle.
de Seattle, del otro lado de los Estados Unidos.
We hope, America, you've woken up because you were asleep when we started.
Sí, hace poco que se han levantado en Estados Unidos, así que espero que estéis despiertos para ver el show.
But Ben's stuff is great. It's his own song and his own music.
Sí, vale. Y continuamos con
Vale,
la
bueno,
música.
sí. And then we have a concert by Callum from Scotland, from Joe Solo, and we also have Dagger from Nigeria, Natalia from Sweden. We're rolling them off now. We have Reclaim from Song, Lo Siento.
Sí,
Venga.
vamos a tener más música de Scotland, ¿cómo se dice en castellano? Scotland.
Escocia.
Escocia, de Nigeria, de Italia y de no sé qué más sitios.
Escocia también,
De-
pero un montón de gente.
Mucha-
Lots of people. So we're trying to finish on a high, and then we finish as we started
Y vamos a acabar como hemos empezado,
with the Red Choir from Wales.
con el coro rojo de Gales.
So if you remember at the very beginning of the festival, those of you here,
Para aquellos que estáis desde el principio del festival,
we had 5 or 6 songs from the Red Choir of Wales,
hemos escuchado 4 o 5 canciones del coro rojo de Gales,
which 2 of them are nieces of the International Brigadistas,
dedicadas a las brigadistas internacionales.
and they will finish this part of the show with singing the Internationale.
Y vamos a finalizar con ellos cantando la internacional.
And then you think it's finished, but it isn't, because after that, we've got an after party
Creeréis que hemos acabado, pero no, porque
Muy-
luego vamos a ir a una fiesta
with 2 or 3 more acts for another hour.
con más actuaciones durante una hora.
But when that comes, remember, come off Facebook, because we've done our 8 hours on Facebook. Go to YouTube or Twitch. ¿Vale?
Pero lo veremos no en Facebook, que ya no nos dejan más horas, pero sí en YouTube o Twitch.
Okay, so we're going to go inside now and see what's going on, and there's something I want to show you. Vamos adentro porque es una cosa me gustaría para mostrar. Uy, lo siento. Okay. So we're inside the pub now. This is where the concert's going to start. When we finish with you, we're going to put it on the screens and watch the rest of the festival.
Esto es una
Bueno, hay que explicar el primero.
Perdón.
Bueno, yo voy a explicar en castellano, pero y un poco cansado ahora, ¿no? Pero después de eso, nosotros ponemos en la televisión el festival, pero antes de eso...
Sí.
bueno. Después de eso, nosotros tienes una cerveza y cerrado. No. No, I want to explain this plaque here.
Sí, vamos a hablar de esta parte, de esta reproducción.
Because at the beginning of the festival, we explained with the building of the monument that we did a crowdfunding campaign.
Al principio de todo el festival hemos hablado de una campaña de crowdfunding.
And this crowdfunding campaign, we did it for 2 years.
Esta campaña de crowdfunding la hemos venido haciendo durante 2 años.
And we raised 20,000 euros.
Y alcanzamos 20.000 euros.
And that was the beginning of building the monument. The Ayuntamiento, the local council, are paying for the rest.
Y con esos 20.000 euros...
Right.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Este es el directo. Y con esos 20.000 euros logramos iniciar lo voy a decir. Y con esos 20.000 euros logramos el inicio de la construcción del monumento.
Okay, so that's important because the monument is being built this year.
Es muy importante porque el monumento va a estar instalado este año.
Your support made that happen.
Y el soporte, la ayuda, la contribución de todos vosotros lo va a hacer posible.
And we sold badges and t-shirts and things.
Por eso hemos hablado antes de las camisetas, de las chapas, de las postales.
And this plaque was the business that sold the most badges in Margaret. I made them a plaque. El negocio de vendedores más chapas para el crowdfunding, yo hice una placa.
Ah, vale. Sí.
Bueno, voy a explicar ahora, ¿no? Okay, so why do I say all that? I say all that because it's important, because now we want to start crowdfunding again to make this festival a real yearly annual festival.
Vale, hemos explicado esto porque gracias a esa contribución de todos vosotros logramos empezar el monumento. Y ahora volvemos a iniciar otro crowdfunding porque quizá también con vuestra ayuda logremos hacer de este festival un festival anual para transmitir la memoria histórica a través del arte.
Yeah, and it's very important because we're not just stopping at one festival. We've got another event planned for October.
Es importante porque ahora vamos a continuar y en octubre haremos la segunda parte de este festival, pero ya de manera presencial.
And we're going to show this festival again every week in different parts for the next couple of months.
Y también vamos a ir mostrando semana a semana diferentes partes del festival con diferentes acciones.
Okay, so we tried to tell you everything. Maybe we've forgotten. We're going to come back, yeah? We're going to come back one more time nearer the end of the concert. So enjoy it, and we'll see you hopefully very soon.
Yes, sí, vamos a volver. Sorry.
Okay, so we're not quite there.
¿Qué? Ah, no os vais.
Vamos.
Love
It's time to leave our home. It's time to leave our home. It's time to leave our home. Make way for the heart. Make it bubble.
They burn out their wheelie bins, they burn out their lawns. Bezos burns up their futures as he sucks out their blood. Their blood in his bank account, their blood in his penthouse, their blood like his blood, plasma and cells. Their blood like his blood. Their blood like his blood, their blood like his blood, blood like his blood. They burn out their wheelie bins, they burn up their lungs. Bezos burns out their futures as he sucks out their blood. Their blood in his bank account, their blood in his penthouse, their blood like his blood, plasma and cells. Their blood like his blood, their blood like his blood, their blood like his blood, their blood like his blood.
We kept our hardware shops open, and if we have to work from home or be at home for a period, well, let's paint the back of the house with the paint from that hardware shop, or let's get every south-facing windowsill in this country and let's plant our seeds in the next week, so that if there is any supply crisis in fruit in 2 or 3 months' time and this really hits hard, we'll have our salads ready to go. We'll have our salads ready to go.
from home or be at home for a period. Well, let's paint the back of the house with the paint from that hardware shop. Or let's get every south-facing windowsill in this country and let's plant our seeds in the next week. So that if there is any supply crisis in fruit in 2 or 3 months' time when this really hits hard, we'll have our salads ready to go.
Yes, I'll be a doll if you want me. You don't have to acknowledge me. You don't have to feed me. This desolation gets lonely sometimes, so if you could just hold me. Red-eyed and worn, chasing hares all day long. They speed up as I run faster.
secret chord David played and it pleased the Lord. You don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: fourth, fifth, minor four, and the major league. Baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Faith was strong, but she needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty in the moonlight overthrew you. She tied you to your kitchen chair, she broke your throne and she cut your hair, and from your lips she drew the hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. To live alone before I knew you. I've seen you fly on the marble arch, but your love is not a victory march. It's cold and it's a broken hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. God above, but all I ever learned from love was how to shoot somebody who outdrew you. It's not a cry that you hear at night, it's not someone who's seen the light. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. was a time when you'd let me know what was really going on below. But now you never show that to me, do ya? But remember when I moved in you, and the Holy Ghost was moving too, and every breath we drew was hallelujah. 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 Hallelujah.
Hello everyone, my name's Callum Baird. I'm a singer-songwriter from Scotland. Thank you so much for having me at the Solidarity Park Festival. It's a pleasure to play for you. I'm going to play you 4 or 5 songs. I'll just see where I get to on this little timer at the top of the screen and see where we're at, and that'll determine how many songs I play for you. And this first song is a song I wrote about 5 or 6 years ago. About fascism, and I hope you enjoy it. It hasn't really got a name. Its names have changed and shifted over time, but I don't really think it needs one at this point in time. But if you want a name for it, we can call it the Ballad of Anti-Fascism. How does that sound?
Come on, you knuckle draggers, all angry and white. And when you march together, you show us all your pride. Say this nation is great and you'll never be a slave. but beneath your brash hostility you're so damn naive. There's a crisis in housing and a crisis in health, but you ignore those parasites living in their palaces of wealth. You blame Asians, Europeans, Africans and Jews, and anyone else who's more vulnerable than you. And you read it from Murdoch and in the Daily Mail that if you don't support the troops you should be thrown in the jail. And God save the Queen and her fascist regime. When it comes to bombing foreign kids, the fascists are far too keen. And just because you wear a suit squared off with a Union Jack tie, that don't mean that your words are any less of a lie. You belong in the dustbin of history, and you're nothing but a bourgeois racist to me. Now usually, when I play this song live, I would do a little call and response here, but it's kind of hard to do that when this is a pre-recorded set. So I'm just going to have to use my imagination, and I'm going to have to pretend that you're shouting along and singing along with me. As I shout or sing, fascists will never get any respect from me. And then you would all shout back, or me. And that's not going to work. So I'm just going to have to pretend you're doing it. And I hope that you do. Oh, fascists will never get any respect from me. For theirs is a voice that should never speak free, and I don't want to hear another word from those who brought hell and death to this earth. Cheers. I hope you enjoyed that. Yeah, as I say, that song's not really got a name. It's had various different ones down the years. It was at one point called Never Again, and then the brilliant Scottish band The Wakes brought out a song with the same name, and
I had to change the name of my song, and it's never really had a name since then. So I'm going to just move on to the next track, and I'm recording my set on the 30th of April, which is the anniversary of when a certain Mr. Adolf Hitler redecorated the walls of the Führer bunker in Berlin. And it feels good to be able to sing songs about anti-fascism, knowing that had he won, I wouldn't be able to do so, and we wouldn't be able to have this festival. And I wouldn't be able to have this gorgeous flag hanging on the wall beside me. But that doesn't mean to say that fascism doesn't exist anymore, and that it was extinguished after Hitler extinguished himself. This next song is a testament to a great anti-fascist singer and socialist singer, Victor Jara from Chile. But it also stands as a warning of the threat of fascism if not confronted. And festivals like this, socialist solidarity, anti-fascist festivals, are a great way to halt the spread of fascism. So thank you very much for having me here, and I'm looking forward to watching the festival when it's published at the end of May. Wrong harmonica after all that. Right harmonica. Oh. 2 seconds. Okay, this is called the Victor Jara song. Victor Jara of Chile lived like a shooting star. He fought for the people of Chile with his songs and his guitar. His hands were gentle, his hands were strong. Victor was a peasant boy, barely 6 years old, when he sat upon his father's plough and watched the earth unfold. His hands were gentle, his hands were strong. When the neighbours had a wedding, or one of their children died, his mother sang all night for them with Victor by her side. Her hands were gentle, her hands were strong. He grew up to be a fighter, stood against what was wrong. He learned of people's grief and joy and turned it into song. His hands were gentle, his hands were strong. He sang for the copper miners and those who farmed the land. When he sang for the factory workers, they knew Victor was their man. His hands were gentle, his hands were strong. He campaigned for Allende, and he canvassed night and day, singing, "Take hold of your comrade's hand, the future starts today." His hands were gentle, his hands were strong. When Pinochet took Chile, they arrested Victor then and caged him in the stadium with 5,000 frightened men. His hands were gentle, his hands were strong. Victor picked up his guitar, his voice resounded strong. He sang there with his comrades till the guards cut short his song. His hands were gentle, his hands were strong. They broke the bones in both his hands, beat him on the head,
tortured him with electric wires, and then they shot him dead. His hands were gentle, his hands were strong. Victor Jara of Chile lived like a shooting star. He fought for the people of Chile with his songs and his guitar. His hands were gentle, his hands were strong. His hands were gentle, his hands were strong. His hands were gentle, his hands were strong. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you. I was listening to Victor Jara earlier today because today, the 30th of April, is also the anniversary of the liberation of Vietnam, and he's got a brilliant song which he wrote during the Vietnam War, before he was murdered, of course, called El Derecho de Vivir en Paz. And it's a fantastic anti-war, anti-fascist song as well, I would say. But it's fused with prog rock, which is class. It's got like Chilean, Latin American, Nueva Canción, all of that going on, and then there's this like class prog rock guitar and organ thing going on as well. It's superb. So I'm going to do 3 more songs. I think I've got time for that. And this is a song I wrote myself, that I had out in the summer last year, 2020, and it's called The Stones of Tomorrow. And it's essentially a song about socialism, and or at least that's what I tried to do with it. But it's about I suppose I wrote it during the pandemic, when art and obviously capitalism went into crisis, but art went into crisis as well, and it wasn't clear what was going to happen really. There was a lot of rushing to try and save what could be saved for art and to keep much of it going as possibly could, but it wasn't clear what was going to happen, especially from my point of view, when venues are going to reopen and so on and so on. Still don't really know for sure when that's going to happen in Scotland. However, that's a bit of a digression, but this was a song I was writing, and I wrote as a reflection upon where I was as an artist and my place in society. And yeah. Oh. So this is called The Stones of Tomorrow, and you can get it online if you go to my website, which is callumbaird.com. You can get it, you can just follow whatever music app you use for listening to your music, you can get it there. And I hope you enjoy it. It's been a pleasure to play this set for you. My existence is as a commodity to be bought and then sold. But does this control my ability to be creative and bold? I stand surrounded by mirrors, with your products reflecting my own. Then we marvel like we're before an altar, or some majesty upon their throne. And these are the stones that are carved out and then polished in the setting sun's glow. while tomorrows will be coarse and uncertain, their beauty will be ours to know. All of my surroundings explain how I've come to live. My wants, needs and desires reflected in what I take and give. But today I'm just an artist and a critic, like a hunter foraging to earn. But tomorrow I'll be all three and none, living only to work and to learn. And these are the stones that are carved out and then polished in the setting sun's glow, while tomorrows will be coarse and uncertain, their beauty will be ours to know. Cheers. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed that tune. I'm just going to take another sip from my tea. And I will swiftly move on to my next track. This next one is another one of my own. It's called The Ever-Willing Soldier, and it's based on a quote by Woody Guthrie, the great American socialist, trade unionist, working class, travelling singer-songwriter, who said he'd like to see every soldier in the world sit down at the side of the road, take off his gun, put down his weapons, etc., and say that he's not going to fight anymore. And this is a song imagining what that dialogue between two soldiers would sound like if they were to do that in battle. So it's called The Ever-Willing Soldier. That wasn't close enough for me to play that. Still not really. Let's try that again. I travel the world with my pack and my gun. I've taken in the rain and I've taken in the sun. I've seen deserts and sand dunes, rivers and trees, and I brought native towns down to their knees. And I do it for democracy, I do it for the oil, I do it for freedom and a share of the spoils. I do it for hope and I do it for free thought. I do it cause it's what the boardroom wants. I've helped empires rise and I toppled them too. And I brought native and I shot men no different to me and to you. And I put an end to peace and I kick-started war. I've taken 1,000 orders no matter what for. Oh, and I was there when the Tsar heard the curtain call, and I flew the plane over Syria as the bombs began to fall. But it was my blood spilled in the field. When the battle cries, humanity yield. Like every toy, I'm tied to the game. The war is my ball, the market is my chain. I'm an ever-willing soldier, no longer young and getting older. One of these days I'll be just a row of graves. Cheers. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed that. Minor errors in between. In between the minor disruptions there. Shows you how difficult it's been to keep up practice in this period. Normally I'd be playing quite regularly and being able to practice my songs as I played them. But obviously with the pandemic it's been quite hard to keep that up. I guess that's the excuse anyway for forgetting the lyrics to my own songs. Let's hope I have better luck with this next one, and this will be my final song that I play for you today. This is a Robert Burns song called A Man's a Man, and it's a very early, I would say a very early socialist song from just after the French Revolution in the 1700s, in the 18th century. And it's full of Republican and Enlightenmentist ideas. And a little known fact that Robert Burns had his own stamp in the Soviet Union. So he must have been doing something right. Must have been ahead of his time in some way. But this is for a song, this is a song, I'm going to dedicate my performance for the song to socialists, anti-fascists, progressives the world over who are struggling against imperialism, fascism, corruption, oppression and war across the world. And as we move out of this pandemic period, I hope that we're able to have a pause of reflection and not see the world as something so closed and shut off from everyone, but to see that the potential and the benefit that would come from a globalised world where we respect and support each other instead of turning against one another and embracing the values of barbarism, essentially. So I'm going to do my best to do this song justice, and I hope you enjoy it, and thank you so much for having me here. It's been a pleasure to play for you. Maybe one day, if the time is right, I could come and play for you in person, and we can enjoy a nice chat afterwards. I do know tiny bits of Spanish, but I'm not brave enough to try it on video in case I get it wrong. So, but I will just say thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure to play for you. And stay safe and keep on fighting. La lucha continua. I'm going to take my watch off for this one actually, because I have to slide down up the fretboard a few times and it's getting in the way. there for honour's poverty, that hangs his head and all that. The coward slave we pass him by, we dare be poor for all that. For all that and all that, our toils obscure and all that. Rank is but the guinea stamp, aye the man's the goud for all that. What though on homely fare we dine, we're hard and grey and all that. Gie fools their silks and knaves their wine, aye a man's a man for all that. For all that and all that, their tinsel show and all that. The honest man, though e'er sae poor, is king o' men for all that. You see on Burkie Caudle Laird, wa struts and stairs and all that. Though hundreds worship at his word, he's but a coof for all that. For all that and all that, the ribbon star and all that. The man o' independent mind, he looks and laughs at all that. A prince can mak a belted knight, a marquis duke and all that, but an honest man's aboon his might, get faith him honour for that. For all that and all that, their dignities and all that, pathos, sense and pride o' worth are higher rank than all that. And let us pray that come it may, as come it will for all that, that sense and worth o'er the earth shall bear the grief for all. For all that and all that, it's coming yet and all that, that man to man the world o'er shall brothers be for all that. Thank you so much. I should have said before I started playing that that song is in the old language of Scots, not in English. So I should have said that before I started playing, in case you heard all that and didn't really understand most of it. Yeah, look up Burns's poem "A Man's a Man" and have a look at the lyrics, and you might find one that's got the English translation, if you like. But anyway, thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure to play for you, to record this set for you, and it's been a pleasure to support Solidarity Park. And well done to all the contributors and organisers of the festival, and I hope that we can meet each other in person one day soon, hopefully very soon. Cheers and all the best. Thank you.
Hello everyone at Solidarity Park. I'm Joe Solo and welcome to my shed. I'm going to sing you a handful of songs, and I'm going to start with this one, which asks a very pertinent question for our times. For me it was Joe Stromer who finally cracked the code. It's not what to think, it's how to think, and that led me down this road. No one ever learned to talk before they learned to listen. No. But who teaches the working class about socialism? Read Marx and Engels, yeah, I'm bound for glory too. And in my darkest days, Bob Trestle pulled me through. They led me to them notebooks, the crimes she wrote in prison, yeah. But who teaches the working class about socialism? Who teaches the working class about socialism? Who'll fight because it's right and not just for position? Yeah. Who's there to really care, to not just talk but listen? Yeah. Who teaches the working class about socialism? Yeah. Once there was a union, it was big and brave and bold. It taught the working man to fight, to stick and not to fold. But that union's gone lost to a past cast in derision. Yeah. So who teaches the working class about socialism? Hey! Who teaches the working class about socialism? Who'll fight because it's right and not just for position? Yeah. Who's there to really care, to not just talk but listen? Yeah. Who teaches the working class about socialism? Yeah. doorstep, trying to canvass for a vote. You can tell they wanna ram your empty words back down your throats. But take a breath, you'll see that you are both in this position. Yeah, 'cause no one teaches the working class about socialism. Who teaches the working class about socialism? Who'll fight because it's right and not just opposition? Yeah. Who's there to really care and not just talk but listen? Yeah. So who teaches the working class about socialism? Who teaches the working class about socialism? Who teaches the working class about socialism? Okie doke. Right. I mentioned Antonio Gramsci in that song. And this song, I guess, is about something he raises in his writings, and that is how whoever controls the culture controls the narrative of the age, and it's up to us to combat that. You know, they definitely rain our culture down on us, but our culture is ours. It's up to us to tell them what it is, not for it to be dictated to us. So this is about cultural defiance. It's about doing your thing and speaking up. It's called a Northern Soul, and it's using a whole bunch of metaphors from the Northern Soul movement that was big in England in the late 60s and 70s. And it was a whole bunch of people who were going, we don't want to dance to the songs that you want to spoon feed us. We want to dance to these songs. And that's, I think, at the heart of what I'm trying to get at is, you know, our culture, our voices, not yours. I'm the double deck, I'm the vinyl kids, I'm the diet pills, I'm the all-night chase of the treble lost, trying to find a bitch, yeah. I'm the Northern Soul. I'm the 9 to 5, I'm the drive out west, I'm the Saturday night, Sunday best, as the weeks with breaks, I ride the crest, yeah. I'm the Northern Soul. My heart is set all night and I will never ever stop. Keep your beats per minute, dog, and dance until I drop. Just when made to play it safe now. I'm the Northern Soul and I keep the faith. I'm the mirror bobbing and all out war. I'm the talcum slip on the polished floor. I'm the hinges kicked off the bolted door, yeah. I'm the Northern Soul. My heart is set all night and I'll never ever stop. Keep your beats per minute, dog, and dance until I drop. Just when made to play it safe now. I'm the Northern Soul and I keep the faith. green oil, I'm the golden touch, the twisted wheel, yeah, I'm a northern soul. Agitated, I will never ever stop. Keep your beats per minute, clock and dancing till I drop. Just wait to play it safe, I'm a northern soul. I'm a northern soul. I'm a northern soul. And I take the flares. Ah, dear me. Okay. This is going out to my comrades in the Rotherham International Brigades Memorial Trust, who are unveiling a plaque as we speak to commemorate one of the giants of the labour movement, a man called Tommy James, who's a volunteer for the International Brigades, amongst other things. He's one of the people whose shoulders we stand on, and as far as I'm concerned, we have to earn the right to stand there. We have to live and breathe the same politics that Tommy was prepared to give his life for, and all those others like him who did. This is called Our Open Eyes. Saw Tommy James on Speaker's Corner. Knew there and then I had to go. Just something in the way he spoke of freedom. Can't explain it, I just know. And if they ask you why we're leaving, to fight and die so far away, just say a man needs something to believe in, and our open eyes could see no other way. Them black shirts that come marching in last week, man, spreading all their hate and fear. And like Tommy says, that's why we've gotta go, man. If we don't stop them there, the same could happen here. And if they ask you why we're leaving, to fight and die so far away, just say a man needs something to believe in, and our open eyes could see no other way. So I'm sailing off to Spain to fight for freedom. Don't try to stop me now, my place. 'Cause like Tommy says, you have to stand for something. 'Cause who wants to live down on their knees? And if they ask you why we're leaving, to fight and die so far away, Just say a man needs something to believe in. And our open eyes could see no other way. Our open eyes could see no other way. Okay, I'll leave you with this tune. Thank you very much for inviting me to play your amazing festival again this year. I really do appreciate being asked to sing a few tunes and spread them around the world. It makes a big difference when we're all kind of locked away. Even though I'm playing the same venue every time I play, it's kind of nice to know that the message is spreading around the world, and that's what these things are for. To keep politics and to keep ideas and to keep music and to keep everything that makes us human alive. And so I can't thank the organisers enough. And thank you for listening. This is called No Pass Around. My name is Jack Atkins and I'm not afraid. And I live and die by this vow that I've made. The only good fascist's a dead one, they say. And around the we are. When I first left the law 10 months ago, told him I'd come not to kill but to cure. But for an ambulance driver my shot's pretty sure. And around the real we are. There'll be no pass around, no pass around, no pass around today. The fascists have come for our freedom, we ain't gonna give it away. There'll be no pass around here today. I told my mother, now mother be strong, but the left way is right and the right way is wrong. And you can stick that on my grave when I'm gone, for I'm the real we are. There'll be no pass around, no pass around, no pass around today. Fascists have come for our freedom, we ain't gonna give it away. There'll be no pass around here today. Case may be cast, and the cast may be cast, but you armies of darkness, you best do your worst. 'Cause to win, yeah, well, you gotta get past us first. And around the real we are. There'll be no pass around, no pass around, no pass around today. The fascists have come for our freedom, we ain't gonna give it away. There'll be no pass around here, no pass around, no pass around, no pass around today. No pass around, no pass around, no pass around today. No pass around, no pasarán, no pasarán. Yeah, flashes of hope for freedom. We ain't gonna give it away. There'll be no pasarán in the day. Enjoy the rest of your time. See ya.
No entiendo, Paco.
From the underground, we can't take it no more. This philosophy of fallacy. Suffering people, them teach we philosophy of fallacy. Them not teach we philosophy and history of resistance.
They teach we of the doctrine of turn the other cheek by Jesus Christ. But they do not teach we Malcolm X, liberation by any means necessary. They teach we about the modernized versions of the doctrines of peace by Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King. But they do not teach we Bob Marley and the Wailers. Get up, stand up for your right. Get up, stand up, don't give up the fight. They do not teach we beat and touch. There'll be no peace till workers get their equal rights and justice. They do not teach we and no go giri. Make my brother hungry. Make a no talk. Cha la 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 la. But rather they teach we of the death of God on the cross and the redeeming grace to lift suffering people from pains and suffering into the bliss of redemption in heaven. Hallelujah. The lust of our mother tongue prevents us from reading our own meaning of the word. Hallelujah. Yes, suffering people, we can beat and smack sufferings out of our lives. Suffering people, them teach we philosophy of fallacy. Them not teach we philosophy and history of resistance. They teach we about Idi Amin Dada, Bokassa, Sergeant Gold, Mobutu Sese Seko, Abacha, Kampore, how our rulers are bad. But they do not teach we about Lumumba,
Sankara, how they were murdered for trying to fashion a path to lead the people out of sufferings. They do not teach me how this capital system is making people sad, making government after government bad. They do not teach suffering people the philosophy and history of resistance of suffering people. And yet the slavery days are not yet over. Computers don't make money. The sweat and blood of poor sufferers inside a factory, modern day slavery plantations make the money. They do not teach me revolutions, the making of the October Revolution. They do not teach me Lenin, Trotsky and the Bolsheviks. They then suffering people to storm heaven.
Suffering people, suffering people. Them teach we philosophy, fallacy. Them not teach we philosophy and history of resistance.
They teach we all fingers are not equal, so the poor must go on getting poorer and the rich must go on getting richer. They do not teach me all fingers of the hand work collectively together to bring good to the numbers of the hand. They do not teach we our call Berudori. No one human stand alone by himself or herself alone to the good of the land. Rather, they teach we are different skins and colors, different tongues to divide and make people fight against people. They do not teach we are different skills. Yes, we are different skins and colors, and together we make the rainbow beautiful. They do not teach we together we can turn society away from greed and run society to meeting people's needs. Hallelujah. Yes, we can smash sufferings out of our lives.
Suffering people. Them teach we philosophy, fallacy. Them not teach we philosophy and history of resistance.
We have the chance to turn the pages over. We can write what we want to write. We gotta make ends meet before we get much older. Ooh, we're all someone's neighbor. We're all someone's child. How long can we look at each other? Ooh, down the barrel of a gun. You're the voice, try and understand it. Making noise and make it clear. Oh, oh, oh.
Okay, then. So here we are, 7 hours into the festival. That's almost the end of Zone D.
Después de 7 horas todavía estamos aquí en el festival y ahora estamos a punto de acabar la zona D.
We've raised today, so far, 1,200 euros.
Hemos alcanzado los 1.200 euros de crowdfunding.
But please keep donating because we want to reach 10,000 by a couple of months' time.
Pero si creéis en este festival, pues por favor seguir haciendo donaciones.
Because we want to continue this project, not just every year, but actually every week.
Porque sí, queremos seguir haciendo este festival continuado todo este año y luego año tras año.
So don't worry if you think you've missed something.
No os preocupéis si pensáis que os habéis perdido alguna parte.
Because we're going to separate it and put it into other bits.
Porque lo vamos a ir separando y va a estar estos vídeos para poder verlos.
Okay, so we now go to the final song.
Ahora vamos a la parte final.
Of this part.
De esta parte.
But before then.
Pero antes.
We have an after party.
Tenemos una after party.
Where we have 2 acts.
Donde tendremos 2 actuaciones.
We have a rap song and then we have a DJ.
Una rapsodia.
Rap.
Ah, rap.
Sí.
Y un DJ.
Okay, so now we finish how we started with the Red Choir from Wales singing the Internationale.
Acabamos como hemos empezado con el coro rojo de Gales cantando la Internacional.
Down with your head, bowing
Por el suelo de esta tierra que hoy arde en cenizas, hubo ríos de lágrimas y lamento, de sol a sol. Hubo manos que cultivaron ideales de respeto en la mente de otros hombres, ahogados hasta el cuello de miseria e injusticia. Hubo hombres que hoy son polvo, huesos y recuerdos, regados por las lágrimas de aquellos que recogieron sus frutos.
Somos los que nunca tuvieron un nombre, sirviendo al señorito por un techo y una lumbre, trabajando en los campos hasta que el sol se esconde, viendo, yendo y callando, huyendo del hambre. Sus perros de caza, las manos que labran, dedos arrugados, sombra, carnaza, los hijos de un Dios que dio la espalda y que cavó las fosas a un lado de la calzada. ¿Pa' qué sirve lo que hice por comida? Si cuando muera seré compuesto de cal viva. Mira la milana como vuela en mi retina. Los santos inocentes, una España que la pida. Nietos de poetas sin cultura, el lomo doblado y cosida con misura. No hablar por miedo y rezar por compostura. Jesús el Nazareno pa' que nos señale el cura. Y si estas tierras son del amo, ¿por qué no lo hemos visto trabajar con el arado? El dueño de la tierra, pero en ella escribo yo. Las trabajo con orgullo y las riego con dolor.
¿Quién me presta una escalera para subir al madero? Sacar la bala de la cabeza a ese hombre que fue bueno. A rosa huelen las tapias, el perdón no se contempla. El pueblo es la memoria y esta vive en la cuneta.
Rostro sin nombre, poeta sin pluma, caminas erguido cruzando la bruma. Aullan los lobos en luz de tu luna, las palas resuenan buscando tu tumba. Rostro sin nombre, poeta sin pluma, caminas erguido cruzando la bruma. Aullan los lobos en luz de tu luna, las palas resuenan abriendo tu tumba.
Aquí donde se entierran los cuerpos, donde el nombre se transforma en una figura deforme y el inconforme corre buscando ser inmortal. Por el suelo de esta tierra ardiendo en cenizas que un día fueron presente, recorro millas pasadas que no olvidan la muerte. Desde las ruinas de este cuerpo sin vida represento a un Dios sin rostro, a un demonio sin más fuego en las venas y más sangre en los ojos que un hombre que mata a otro hombre por censura a la libertad que teme, por cordura ante la verdad a la que se debe. Represento una verdad invisible que me ató a las cadenas de una tumba e hizo inmortal la poesía. ¿Quién me presta una escalera para subir al madero? Sacar la bala de la cabeza a ese hombre que fue bueno. A rosa huelen las tapias, el perdón no se contempla. Del pueblo es la memoria y esta vive en la cuneta.
Rostro sin nombre, poeta sin pluma, caminas erguido cruzando la bruma. Aullan los lobos en luz de tu luna, las palas resuenan buscando tu tumba. Rostro sin nombre, poeta sin pluma, caminas erguido cruzando la bruma. Aullan los lobos en luz de tu luna, las palas resuenan abriendo tu tumba. Rostro sin nombre, poeta sin pluma, caminas erguido cruzando la bruma. Aullan los lobos en luz de tu luna, las palas resuenan buscando tu tumba. Rostro sin nombre, poeta sin pluma, caminas erguido cruzando la bruma. Aullan los lobos en luz de tu luna, las palas resuenan abriendo tu tumba.
¡A los condenados apunten! ¡Fuego!
next to you. Baby, if you're hopeless, I can help you heal. Can't you tell that I'm gonna treat you right? I see it in your eyes that it might work this time. And you forget how many nights you cried, how many times you tried. This might just be your night. Tell me down, 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 down. Throw me down low, throw me down low. I'll hold you down, 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 down. If you stay around my love, stay around my love,
Get the fuck out of here.
Get
Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is bumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. Pump up the jam.
It's all done.
I wanna go out, dress up real nice, and find someone who's ready to run. But most of all, I wanna have some fun. I wanna have some fun. I wanna have some fun. I wanna have some fun, fun, fun. I wanna have some fun, 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 fun. I wanna have some fun, 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 fun,
I wanna have some.
Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is bumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is bumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. Oh, a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight, make my day. Oh, a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight, make my day.
this.
Turn off the light. Back up, back up, and throw it up in the and throw it up in the boom. Back up, back up, and throw it up in the and throw it up in the plane. Back up, back up, and throw it up in the and throw it up in the boom. Back up, back up, and throw it up in the and throw it up in the plane. Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. Just like that. Back up, back up, and throw it up in the and throw it up in the boom. Back up, back up, and throw it up in the and throw it up in the plane. Back up, and throw it up in the and throw it up in the boom. Back up, back up, and throw it up in the and throw it up in the plane. Turn off the lights. 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 Just like that. And throw it up in the and throw it up in the boom. Back up, back up, and throw it up in the and throw it up in the plane. Back up, and throw it up in the and throw it up in the boom. Back up, got in store. What? Ready? Get it. Keep the radio rocking. Control of my soul. What? Break it off and you're right. Ready? Get it. Keep the radio rocking. Back the dance floor like a bulldozer. Control of my soul. What? Break it off and you're right. Ready? Get it. A new dance, what I got in control of my soul. What? Break it off and you're right. Get it. Keep the radio rocking. Control of my soul. What? Break it off and you're right. Get it. Keep the radio rocking. Back the dance floor like a bulldozer.
It is our duty as human beings, no matter what our political persuasion, our religious preference, race, or nationality, to raise one unified voice of protest, of indignation.
Turn this fucking party out. Again with a. Again with a. Again with a.
Cause I hit him with a. Let's go.
Again with a.
Cause I hit him with again with a. Cause I hit him with a. Let's go. It go boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body, go crack. Baseline move, take you off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react. Boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body, go crack. Baseline move, take you off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react. Every time we react. Every time we react. Hit your whole body, go. Every time we hit your whole body go every time we react, hit your whole body go crack. Every time we hit your whole body go every time we hit your whole body go crack, 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 crack. Every time we react, yak, 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 hit your whole body go crack, 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 crack. Every time we react, yak, 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 hit your whole body go crack. We go boom, boom, bap, yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body go crack. Baseline move, take you off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react. Boom, boom, bap, yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body go crack. Baseline move, take you off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react. Every time we react. Every time we react. Hit your whole body go. Every time we react. Hit your whole body go.
Yo, Toy drop that shit in reverse.
Damn, son. Damn, son.
Move it down.
I need your blood to save myself. Who got money? Who got what? Bitch, I'm poor. I ain't got nothing else left. Who's this shit? Represent, tell me that. Who you is? If you ain't got no check, don't hit on my biz. Who's to blame? Who's to stain? We the same. Don't complain, don't complain. This just got real. This shit right here, this just got real. Oh yeah, just check this. Oh, this shit right here, that's just that shit. Oh yeah, this got real. This shit right here, that's it right here. That shit right here. This shit right here, that's it right here. This just got real. This just got real. What you doing?
You already got it.
What you already did? Why you let them stop it? Bringing the heat. What you doing? Look at yourself, you cold. Look at my coat. It's just cold. On the outside, looking on the inside, looking at myself like a vampire, like I need your blood to save myself. Who got money? Who got what? Bitch, I'm poor. Ain't got nothing else left. Who's the shit? Represent, tell me that. Who you is? You ain't cut no checks, you ain't handle my biz. Who's to blame? Who's to stain? We the same.
Don't complain.
This just got real. This just got real. Oh yeah, just check this. So this shit right here, that's just that shit. Oh yeah, just got real. So this shit right here, that's it right here. That shit right here. This shit right here, that's it right here. That shit right here. That shit right here. This just got real. This just got real. Corporate, it's cold, turn you to stone before you realize. And all the clip, it all becomes You say how high? Just victims of the in-house drive-by. They say you say how high? And motherfuckers lost their mind. They say you say how high? Standing in line, even the lines, bowing down to the flag. You got a bullet in your head. Standing in line, even the lines, you're bowing down to the flag. You got a bullet in your head. 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 And motherfuckers lost their mind.